Because who alts U-Haul when the bomb's being planted? The team able to get 2 picks And the third.
I guess at the end of the day, he still. Oh, the roll from Bandito!
God, Bandito! And he got the third one!
Bandito guarding it in hand. Take Capers one more for the book, and a fourth one to close it out on JGM.
JGM, all left to him. Bomb is planted for their CT spawn, but unfortunately not enough time.
A couple shock darts coming out, and there goes the Odin. Soapy falls. Logan finds a triple.
He has a sheriff in hand, and even then a boombug is going to distract from the positioning.
Look at that, melting away like a blender, like an oven. Finding all these different buys.
Polar Bear has something to say about that. Knives are drawn out, gets a 4K.
And needs to come out so you can look at the health bar as well. But Gucci finds it with a sight. Governor will fall, and that will be all she wrote.
Oh, my back hurts. Everyone's so heavy.
Welcome, beautiful people. Thank you for tuning in live today, bringing you another series or another part of our 4-part series here in the Hyperspace Dark Qualifier. I am joined by my beautiful friend, and Liz. How are you?
I'm doing really good today. I mean, it's our third qualifier. Super excited to see how these teams match up and who secures the 2 qualifying, I guess, positions to kind of enter our main event, which is a $2,000 grand finale. So, I mean, it's going to be a bloodbath. It is a double elim again. So I'm excited to see. I mean, first we have Titan Esports versus D2E, and that's what we're going to be casting here today. And the map's going to be Ascent, so it's going to be one of those maps that we've seen time and time again. I mean, nothing too shocking there. So what are you looking forward to in this matchup here?
I'm looking forward to some sick gameplay. I mean, we've seen the likes of some of these players before. As Endless mentioned out, guys, this is BO1 right up until towards the end here, but we'll get to that goodness later on. This is going to be interesting. I mean, Ascent traditional map, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, these teams themselves are by no means new to the rodeo here. Like D2E guys, they've come from a Pit of Valor series. You may have heard of them there, and they always manage to get through at least the first 3 rounds with, you know, pretty big victories. So they're solid, but I mean, Titan Esports too. Again, another familiar GLG face here. They came in and they've been smashing in Pit of Valor as well. So like these teams, guys, these are A, teams that are not new to GLG, and B, teams that are not new to competitive gaming and tournament style gameplay where the pressure is on. I mean, luckily for us today, we have a little bit of breathing room in the form of the double elim, which is fantastic. But we are pretty much on the verge of getting in here. Endless, I'm expecting some good quality round 1 play. And you know what? We had the pleasure of casting some really slippery games last week where we got so many close matches, which was absolutely fantastic to watch. And I'm kind of excited to see maybe we'll get some more of that today. I don't know if you're expecting the same, but my spidey senses tell me it's going to be tight today for sure.
It's going to be a close one, and Ascent is one of those maps. I mean, it's not terribly one-sided, so it really comes down to the teamwork and communication. And I mean, we've seen it in our Pit of Valors, we've seen it in our qualifiers, and it really does come down to the communication, right? A lot of these teams, they have really good aim, but aim, unfortunately, is not all that matters in this game. The communication does come down to play, and the rotations. I mean, that's huge, and just learning how to play off of each other. I think that is the biggest, I guess, factor in the difference of each team. So, I mean, we've seen the teams that have already secured their spots in our final event, and I mean that really comes to show, you know, how different the competition is at that level, because they're able to secure those wins flawlessly, some of them, right? And on top of that, it comes down to their communication, and it has made a huge difference.
Makes a massive difference indeed. You know what also makes a massive difference here, guys, is using your drink control code to get yourself some drink control, guys. GLG10 is the code. Get yourself some goodness. I mean, in times where you're in a rush, you don't got time to make a meal. It's a great thing to go to. I mean, I use it. Endless has it as well. You come up before a match and you're ready to go. So use that code, guys. It means the world to us. Be sure to join in all the socials and all that goodness and jazz. All in all, guys, be sure to stay tuned, not only for this series, we have one more coming up next week, which is going to be sponsored by the likes of Able Esports. Today is your Hyperspace Dark qualifier. And again, like Endless says, it takes you up to the $2,000 prize pool grand finale for the VAL-AM. Again, the VAL-AM is all Immortal Plus rosters. And yeah, it's something cool. Each is sponsored by a unique organization. And it's funny. Endless and I were talking about this along with the production team before getting in, and how Riot has been able to execute such an amazing launch of this game, and how it's brought so many esports communities and organizations, teams everywhere. And, you know, places like Twitter and social media like Reddit, it's popping. Like, to me, Valorant has, you know, re-sparked the esports community and brought something new to us. And there's so many awesome niche streams and groups of people that are producing content for a really cool game. But, you know, I talk about it, and I was mentioning to another friend again yesterday, it's funny, it's been a week of reminiscing, is the nostalgia endless. There's something about the nostalgia of esports for me, and it just, yeah, makes me feel really good casting these matches, and it brings a lot of happy memories of the simpler days, I guess you could say. But Ascent, a solid match. Endless, early predictions, do you think one team has an edge over the other, or, you know, give me your thoughts?
I mean, we've seen D2E play quite a few times now. Titan, not so much in my personal experience, so I haven't been able to really see Titan play. But I mean, D2E is one of those teams. I mean, they've shown that they've been really strong off the gate, and I'm expecting them to come out hustling, right? Especially starting on the attacker side, they're gonna be aggressive. I can definitely picture that. But I'm curious to see what Titan does to kind of combat that, right? And if D2E is going to be able to kind of come out the gates swinging, I hope Titan has that, you know, counter for that right away, because if D2E gets in that groove, it could be dangerous. And we're gonna jump into this character selection here. Again, map being Ascent. It's pretty traditional. I mean, very interesting to see a Brim setup here. I mean, a lot of people have been switching to that Omen. So overall, all the agents are essentially the same right now. Only difference right now is the Brim and Omen. But I wonder what Sentinel they're gonna be picking here in Zymor.
Let's see what they end up with. If I remember correctly, Zymor is a Killjoy player. If my Spidey senses ring familiar, it's either Killjoy or Cypher. Obviously, yeah. Okay, so there's a Killjoy. My first instinct was right there, if I remember correctly. But let's see if that lock comes through. All in all, looking good. I'm really excited to see a little bit of Brimstone action. It's been a hot minute since I've caught some of that. We've been admiring the likes of Omen, I feel, recently more. But getting into it, Endless, comp wise, everything looks beautiful. Like you said, the aggression, the counter to the aggression, and good discipline is going to be critical here. And understanding the value of taking control of short and mid, respectively. The importance of market is going to be critical as well, taking B. But we're just going to have to see which team is able to retake. For me, the retake on this map is critical. It's such a long rotation time, site to site, Endless, that it's going to be interesting to see what they make of it. But moving in, let's see. And let's get her on, guys. Thank you for joining in again. Going live here, D2E versus Titan on your first map, Ascent. Looking like a pretty standard B setup. Let's see if they go for the quick pistol aggression.
You can see the Sentinels essentially setting up all their turrets and grenades everywhere, just getting ready for that A take, which a lot of teams have been favoring, but it doesn't look like that's what D2E has in mind. They're all set up outside that B site. I think they're going to be able to take this B site by storm, as you only have Shady really there, kind of playing a little bit of a retake. And I mean, you have the Jet on sidewalk, so if they're able to overwhelm this Jet, they should be able to take site quick.
Let's see if what they end up doing here. Blinds coming out, Endless, left, right, and center as they're swinging heavily into CT with the aggression. Jet trying to get away, cannot connect that, but they are deep onto site here, down the sidewalk. 1 and 2 for Dots to open up the map here. Numbers in favor of D2E. They're going to plant this spike down, and let's see if they can hold this off.
I think this is a very good start from D2E. I mean, only losing 1 on the entrance of the site. Bomb is down, and now they're able to play this post plant in a 4v3 situation, and the health is not looking good right now. I mean, they're getting some damage taken out before even getting into an actual fight, and here they come. They're trying to take up the sidewalk control. Still get dropped to a 3v1 situation, and Dot's able to clean up that round with the 4K to start off this tournament for D2E.
All I gotta say is Dots was dipping and diving there with the classic and managed to connect some absolutely stunning shots, bringing home a clean 4K there for D2E in round 1 to them as well, Endless. And they're gonna stick to bonus guns here for Titan, rightfully so. But we do see Spencer with the big buck. Hopefully he can clean up some nice kills with that as Reyna and capitalize. Let's see what they can do.
With this buy, it's curious to see Titan, one of the teams that haven't really force spot in the second round. So they're going for that full buy next round, but their goal this round is definitely just to try to get as many guns down on the favor of D2E's side and, you know, potentially even upgrade, win the round and turn over the momentum. But overall, their goal is to get as much damage dealt as possible.
Nothing beats dealing damage without even swinging, as Zymor going to take out Shady there with the Swarm on the ground, and they are yet again aggressive onto B. Killjoy going to plant that in the back corner here, and they are positioned for a stronghold from even Sidewalk or main Endless. They can swing out really nicely.
Like I said, D2E, one of the more aggressive teams that we've seen in the past, and they're definitely showing that here today. Already getting into sight, trying to get in as soon as possible, and I mean, 2 rounds in a row, they've essentially gotten into sight without losing anyone, and maybe only one person at the most, but they're doing really well. Titan, unfortunately, wasn't able to get more guns down, but here comes their buy round. Here's where they really need to play for that retake together, or maybe hold the sight on the initial take itself and play that range.
Playing the range is the right choice. Unfortunately, they're just getting out retaken here, but alas, Titan finally on the big gunnery. The artillery is out and about. Let's see if they can capitalize on this Spectre Bucky situation here. Shady rocking that fan, blind out, and I think they're going to stick to the good old B recipe, Endless.
That B rush has been working wonders, and you got that jet dash instantly dashing in, closing the door to market, but that door is not going to stay closed for long. Instantly gets broken down, but once again, they have this entire site of B, not losing a single person or taking any damage. So this is going to be some interesting retake. I mean, I'm happy Titan is sticking together. No one's trying to really retake it by themselves, and here comes their retake. Let's see if they can do it.
I like the caboose here on Sidewalk, but it does not matter as Zymor gets absolutely deleted by Jet Benevolence to get that out onto Spencer. Numbers even up across the board. Endless, they're going to press here as the spike is taken away. Axie there on Omen, posted up heavy here. Bats, patience with the Bucky. 1 cannot connect 2 as Shady comes out swinging, and now it's up to Dots, who simply cannot make the Dots connect there for that round, and Titan bringing home 1 for the books.
That was a big round for D2E, especially being on bonus guns and almost getting even 4 people on Titan to lose their guns here. But I mean, Shady was able to stay alive, maintain his weapon, and now 3 guns on the side of Titan, but light armor, as you can see. So they're going to be trying to save for the next, I believe, or actually they might force up here. And it's going to be a full gun run on D2E, so they should be able to take this round if they play it correctly, because they have that advantage here.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
I hope they can, unless, I mean, taking a look here, Spencer is on a Guardian, but hey, don't dismiss that guy for the 1 clicks. I think they're going to post up towards more of a default here for Titan. You can see the spike has dropped down in spawn. No one's really pressured here as Sova sending out that owl drone to get some info. Getting a tag, but no follow-up really here. Is they're gonna actually aggress now here. I take that completely back. They're gonna swing big here. Will they clear close left? Yes, they do. And he spans him right through the box. Taking one out. Jet cannot leave it. Spencer. Like I said, that Guardian potential is absolutely huge. Really well done. And now tight position here for D2E. 2 people up with a spike in hand. I think they're gonna face a little bit of trouble here against 5 Titan esports gamers.
That was a really good push and coordination by Titan. I mean, able to get that control after darting, you know, the D2E members outside of long A and forcing them out of position so they can kind of aggress for a little bit more info. And that flash came in from Reyna, and I mean, the rest is history. They were able to get those 3 opening picks without getting traded at all. And even the health factor, I mean, with the heal, 125 health on the Reyna, which I don't think she even got hit. And yeah, now it's down to a 2v4 situation. They know the end game is going to be at that A site. But Spencer still sitting here, able to get the bomber down, but Gozo as well peeks out heaven, and they're able to bring this to a 2-2 tie.
Spencer exercising the act of patience, sitting in sight there. Rightfully so. One teammate got picked off there, and he called that rotate right away. So great patience by him, sorry, and paid out dividends. 2-2 here, guys, in a close matchup so far. But unfortunately, D2E is in a save your money situation. The bank is calling. You're in debt, my friends.
The bank is calling. Hopefully the collection agency isn't calling soon, but
Hope not.
I have no doubt they're going to be able to turn this around. This is going to be definitely a little bit more difficult here with them being on this save, but now they're in that situation, right? They want to get Titan's guns down as much as possible. I mean, not necessarily have to win this round, but if they can make their economy hurt, that's a good round to kind of end it off at.
It would be fantastic here. Let's see what they can do as Benevolence. Knives out and about here. Really pushing to connect something there. It's a good choice. I mean, considering their weaponry is not up where it needs to be. If he can do some damage, that would be incredible for an eco round, Endless.
Eco round will be, I mean, the more damage you can do on any eco round, always the better. And as you can see, Zymor trying to work this pick into that B site, and here comes the entire team of Titan. Do they know Shady is still in Boathouse? Shady able to get Zymor through on sidewalk, but instantly gets traded off, and still 4 people up once again. So the B site seems to be D2E's strength, despite them being on an eco here, and you know, 2 of them being extremely low on health. They were able to get that site and get that bomb down. So that's a huge testament towards the team, and Spencer able to continue on that retake. And oh no, he gets caught through the smoke by Gozo, and now it's all left to 1 on Dots, which almost gets that flick, but that retake was almost flawless by Titan.
Empress active there. Dots unable to connect it up there, but 3-2 Titan. Solid retake all in all, Endless. I think they might be starting to pick up on some of the nuances of what D2E is dishing out here. Let's see if they can carry the momentum as the defenders onwards and close out a strong half. But, you know, don't shake it off here, guys. We're getting back into gun rounds now as Jet here, operator in hand. Let us see if the diff begins to show itself.
I mean, we saw that round. Benevolence had his knives out and trying to lurk through that smoke to get that right click down, but unfortunately, the timing and the peak was just a completely wrong angle, and they were watching that. But like you said, D2E on a full buy round, they're gonna default here towards that A site, and right off the bat, Zymor gets picked off, and Benevolence trying to equalize here, does get that, but takes a lot of damage. And now Kepraj has to fall off of A, forced to play this retake here as they clear sight, and right off the bat, able to spot that. Benevolence able to continue his barrage into that A site, and again, they have the entirety of A, 4 people standing. Sure, the Jet is lit, but still, they're able to get that bomb down.
The bomb is down, and Killjoy Mojito in hand is coming over from B, rotating Alas in a tight retake situation, but don't dismiss that Benevolence is hit up pretty well here, getting aggressive. Benevolence has been really showing aggression early on. Even on the B hold there, I saw the Jet walk through, but Shady thinking 1 step ahead. Puncher's Fury is live here for Bats, who's going to try and connect something up. Sight unseen. Jet swinging, and now the numbers are still in favor of Titan, and it's all up to Bats, sending the darts and unable to get it over as the spike is diffused.
The darts came in a little bit too late there, and the first one did not connect as well. But
Can I get this?
man, it comes down to the retake. I feel like right now D2E is getting that perfect sight control, but their post plant needs a little bit of work. I mean, they've been kind of peaking 1 by 1. They're losing the 2v1 fights to Titan, and I mean, Titan just playing overall better as a team. I mean, sure, D2E is getting into sight with, you know, maybe only losing 1 person, but Titan is playing it way better on that retake.
Titan played it really smart. I'm really happy with the way they panned it up. But Jet coming out nice and big on Benevolence, going to take out the counterpart there. I do like what the Reyna and Sova have been doing here on the defender side, getting a little bit aggressive on A long and getting a nice pick early on. It's been really good. But let's see if Titan, now numbers up, can continue their strengths. It's going to be a matter of D2E grouping up here and aggressing onto his site. It's just a matter of what they're going to do and when they're going to hit it.
It does come down to that, and right now, D2E starting off with a man down, and Titan, I like what they're doing here. They're playing a lot more passive. You can see they're not playing in market. They're playing far back CT, just spotting for info, and they're going to be playing all the sites on retake. And I mean, that's good. You see Spencer already in wine, so he has that full A control. So if they do come A, he can guarantee that long is essentially clear. And you can see Shady looking to just spot a walk into market, and he hears noise mid. So this looks to be a B split that D2E is trying to accomplish here. But look at that. They're giving up B completely and just playing that retake. It's so smart. It just works well.
It works so well. This is a great play here. Shady continued to hold that angle, fearless at large here, rather. And I think they're going to go for that market pinch here, unless they're going to push on to B. And I do like the way they're using their util to get in sight, but the time is ticking. They got to get on there and put that spike down right away.
Spike's going to go down there. Again, only one person lost, but that was from the beginning of the round. So Titan, they've been playing this retake together way better than the post plans. But Capraj starting off with a double shock dart kill. And it's all left down to XA. Capraj able to finish that off, but what a shock dart.
A shock dart, wow, that's the tongue twister. A shock dart for the double kill was really well placed. A little bit of, dare I say, revenge for that last round at A that it didn't quite pan out. Cleaning that up this round, 5-2 here. Titan putting on a show so far. 3-round lead feels great. But D2E, looking at the finances, in a bit of a dilemma. We see a big difference between the richest and the poor on that team.
Yeah, and you see Bats, I mean, yeah, even though he missed those shock darts the last round, Capraj comes in and goes, let me teach you how to shock dart real quick. Let me just get a double kill on you guys real quick and, you know, clean up that retake easily.
Let me get my graph paper out as Jet connecting a nice quick shot there onto Benevolence. Yet again, repeating history from 2 rounds ago as they're aggressing Shady, a patient man in Boathouse. On a mission here, getting one. No clearing whatsoever there is Shady, and now Jet posted up under Boathouse in a great position to hold, but D2E is just on site. They're just chilling.
And see, every round, D2E is just able to get that site, but Titan playing that retake, it just works out to their favor because they are working way better as a team right now. And despite D2E being on an eco, they don't have a lot of, you know, guns to work with or economy to work with right now, but Dot's able to get that initial pick, but falls to Spencer and all left to Zymor, which Capraj basically says, hey, I got a classic with a burst fire feature. Let me try it out.
Folks, if you have a classic, just you might as well just, you know, not use your index finger. Go with the middle finger tactic and just burst. Like tape it to your palm or something, or, you know, I don't know, find some way to not use that finger, because the classic is absolutely lit on those bursts. So 6-2 here, Titan feeling really good. Great, I'm gonna say it, unless really good retake potential. I'm really liking what they're doing. They're being patient. They're not giving up too many kills before D2E gets in sight and puts that spike down, and the util usage has been great as well.
And now you can see D2E on a full buy round again, but look at Titan's economy. They're just booming right now. And even if they lose this round, they still have enough money to buy for the next 2 rounds at least. And here they come again. D2E trying to get into that B site, which they will. Gozo stuck in Boathouse right now. Just going to play passive. Cancel his TP. They know he's there. But look at that delay he's able to cause. And on top of that, because of that sidewalk delay, he's able to get Benevolence out. And still alive in Boathouse. And now they're going to have to swing him.
They're going to have to, and Gozo playing so well. They're 1 and 2. Gonna connect that downward shot onto Axie there. That was so well played. And Endless, we have to look at the value of Killjoy as an agent, right? Zymor to clean it up, and that's a wash there for Titan. I was saying we have to look at the value of what Killjoy brings to the table. Not only as a sentinel, are you holding a site but able to get info from afar, or rather connect, you know, the util from afar. You're able to delay, and the delaying is critical to support the rotates from your teammates, and that's what makes it especially so powerful on B sidewalk there to hold that off. So I really like the way this Killjoy is playing this off so far.
And that's why, I mean, the Killjoy option out of the Sentinels between her and Cypher has overall been one of the bigger factors as to why people pick Killjoy, because you're able to get that early info, and on top of that, I mean, the delay, like we saw, it just changes up the scenario. Had that delay not been there, I don't think he would have been able to get 3. And at ease too. He forced what could have been a 4v1 situation into 3 different 1v1s, and Shady able to push out of B right off the bat and gets that confusing kill in which no one expected that, and I mean evens it out 4v4. D2E still on that attack side, and you can see they fully built chip on A. They just, you know, waited back. They're just holding short. They're holding 1 choke point, which is what I've seen. It works out really well. It's kind of like holding for that retake, and they already have that in mind. And if they hold 1 of those choke points, it doesn't leave the attackers much choice but to kind of fall off or stay in sight.
Raj whipping the mouse back and forth on this. Really well said. The choke point hold is critical, and it's great to have teammates to back you. You're always better off working in duos or trios when you're trying to hold off a spot here. And now it's all up to Axie here with Reyna on the retake. Empress has been activated as Gozo. Oh, hello. Good day. How are you, sir? 1 and 2 to clean it up. 1 remaining. It's all up to the Lonesome Jet to clean up some kills here. Benevolence getting absolutely mauled.
Ooh.
Really good peek there, and that's a clean round, clean retake yet again for Titan Endless.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, they're able to get so much value. I mean, they held the entirety of short and tree room, so they essentially know D2E can't push in that direction. So now on that retake, that's 1 whole section that they don't even have to worry about, and they've done a good job with that, and that's essentially what's helped them get this lead as well, right? They've held that, and they know how to play as a team on that retake, so they're maintaining their value on these takes and forcing D2E into 1 position or maybe 2 at most, and it just makes that whole retake situation a lot easier.
It's about going down a checklist, like you said, and being able to connect it as aggression here. Benevolence is just getting absolutely schooled here, left, right, and center, coming out of market. But you said it really well, Endless. It's really, really important. Look at this post up by Axie with the 1 tapperoni connecting from afar. That was slippery, but the barrage continues for D2E. On to B here. Shady 1 with the quick flick onto Zymorn before he disappears onto Sidewalk, but it's up to Dots now to come in and continue the barrage. Shady is absolutely fearless, but now he's smoked, so he's just chilling.
He's smoked. He's not going to walk through that, and he's just going to wait. He's going to wait for his teammate. He has the smoke to his advantage. He's just going to molly the site, which gets the back of it. And now here comes the Hunter's Fury, trying to bait out some information. Caprage able to connect with 1, which brings it down to a 2v2 situation. They're just going to make sure no one is in B main, and they're going to do this retake together here.
Teamwork and synergy is the name of the game here. As Shady is walking down Sidewalk, Sova going to join as well from the other end coming downstairs. Shady does hear the jumping, so he knows there's something going on here to the right. Estimation on Boathouse is probably a good decision. Caprage needs to get in position here to support his teammate as they're posted up, holding angles respectively, 1 apiece on each side. They got to execute here sooner than later. They hear Reyna shoot from the back. 1 swing 2. Axie holding really strong here. 1 and 2 to take out Caprage as well. I would say the swing was a little bit tough there. I mean, Omen did a really good job on this.
That was a really well played round by XA and Dots. I mean, having that crossfire into sight, knowing that it's a 2v2 situation, and unfortunately Dots does fall, but Caprage unable to clean up that round as well, and XA able to get Shady down and Caprage to clean up that round, and that was very much needed on the side of D2E.
8-4 would be a great way to end this half here for D2E. They definitely need the breathing room, but I think we're going back to the good old round 1, 2, 3, and 4 recipe. I think it was on the B take. His bat sending the Owl drone in to get some information early on. Market looking good, and here is the lockdown to support the push, forcing Shady out. Hunter's Fury to tidy it up and support, as they know Shady loves to sit at CT. Unable to connect much of anything at all, but there is a molly there to hold off the push, and here's a rotate.
The rotates are coming in quick, but they're not going to be too greedy here. They're trying to go for a quick hero play, but 3 people on the flank, and Caprage and Spencer able to continue that barrage through B main. And now, I mean, again, because they're playing that retake, now they have full B main control on this retake. It just makes it so much easier.
And look at the use of this ult here as well. The lockdown from the defender team to try and get into sight. But Dots is holding strong. Spencer gonna get one out as the detain is there as well. On to Omen, and Shady makes quick work of the detained agent, cleaning it up here for a 9-3 strong showing here from Titan Endless.
That's a what we call commanding first half.
Here we go again. Not
Right.
this good.
I mean, 9-3, really showing that dominance on that defensive side. And I mean, D2E, despite having found the first 2 rounds and one near the end, they haven't really found an answer towards the defense. But now, tides are turned. D2E has the chance to defend and show them that they could be dominant on this half as well. I wonder if Titan is going to be able to counter this.
They've got such a big lead, Endless. I mean, coming off a 9-3, you must feel really good about yourself and your team synergy so far. But this is a set. This is a map that, to me, is kind of troubling to say it's sided in a certain way. It depends on the level of gameplay and, you know, the utility and working as a team. But it's not to dismiss here. Let's not shake it off. D2E can easily clean up 2 to 3 pistol rounds and be back in it really quickly here.
Benevolence starting off that round with a huge opening pick on Spencer. And now it leaves 4 people standing on the side of Titan, and Jet able to equalize it, but Capraj extremely low on health here. So a little bit of an advantage here for D2E, but I'm happy they're finally falling off of that aggression at long A and playing the numbers game, because it is an even take, but it's more, I guess, sided towards the attacker side because they could just all rush one site. Compared to the defense, which is a little bit spread, a little bit more thin now. And it looks like they're going to group up towards this B site, which D2E, no one in the site. So they're going to have to be playing this retake here.
Let's see if they figured it out yet. And yes, they have, unless I was waiting for them to make the decision to get onto B. But they are executing down sidewalk as well, pushing in heavy. And they're all over-sided. It's going to be a bit of a tough retake here for D2E, all coming from the defender side spawn. So Shady going to send out a molly to hold off CT here. Zymor and Bats are now locked out. Actually going to come in from market with his teammate as well. And let's see if they can pinch and aggress.
The retake's not looking too great on the side of D2E right now. I mean, Titan was able to delay for quite some time, but I mean, D2E, they still have this advantage with the health on Titan right now. And Capraj, despite his health, able to get Bats. And now the positioning has switched. They have gone a lot more passive once again, and they bring it down to a 2v1 situation. And now, Shady and their Jet able to delay with Jaxai, able to get Shady finally, but Jet able to clean up that round, and it's a very good hold by Titan.
Titan with the aggress and hold to top it off, 10-3. I was really hoping that D2E would get that pistol round Endless, but now in a situation like this, you look at the finances, they're pretty much on the verge of desperation, buying, you know, full armor classic, or here we go, Bucky full armor out there for Dots, and Sheriff and no armor, unfortunately, for Bats. Okay, he's gonna get the full as well, or the half armor. No, full armor across the board. So yeah, you can tell D2E is definitely scraping here for rounds.
They need as many as they can get, and I'm not sure if this is the round that they should have 4-spot into. I mean, if they do lose this, it's going to be extremely tough. But I mean, again, they are on the defensive side, and XA able to make this Bucky work as he's able to get 2 initial picks. And D2E, they're man up here. So now Zymor already on this flank, so they're kind of contained. This is a round that's looking really good right now for D2E. They just need to play together here.
They have to play as a team in unison with synergy on the defender side. They have to read the rotates really well, but you can see here, Jet is on the quick flank as well. He's going to have to move pretty decently quick. He's got a lot of ground to cover coming all the way from B. As if Titan here decides to execute onto A, Jet's going to be in a bit of a situation to not really support for another 10 seconds or so, as she has to run all the way around to join the team. But Dart is out, actually in a position to flash, or blind rather, and hold it off here. Dot's going to try and make some of a Capraj. Quick work with the shock dart. He went to calculus, algebra, trigonometry, you name it, whatever. That guy took every class in the books to connect those up, and they are aggressing onto A here, and I think it's going to be an easy spike plant, unless Zymor has something to say about it.
That's a huge plant. And now they have a slight advantage here. Gozo able to turn it down to a 2v1 situation, and it's all left to Benevolence. I mean, the health is quite low on the Killjoy, which is essentially a 1v1, but he has no idea where he's gone. But Gozo doesn't matter. And that's what I was afraid of. D2E starting off that round strong. I mean, I don't really understand the flank at that point because they had the rotations cut off with Killjoy set up there. I mean, they should have just played together in sight or something at that point, or at least played for the retake. Had they fallen off, Killjoy would have been able to kind of get that information, and they would be able to cheat their rotations over to that B site. But I mean, that's what Titan's able to do. They're able to slow down the pace, and re-execute, and it works out in their favor.
It did, and I agree with you. That flank was not the play for me. It was far too much of a gap time. I would have much rather seen a rotate through CT onto Heaven to support, but I think I'm going to stick to the recipe of A yet again, and see if they can connect it this time, or connect it one more time rather, as they made quick work of it last time. And here are the smokes. Turret out to support as well, as they are aggressing heavily. Axie sitting in the smoke. Can he hold it up? Benevolence has something to say about it. Taking out Shady, but inside already is Jet, making that dash work in an aggressive manner. Door closing Endless, and I think they're going to be able to get that spike down until the aggression comes back.
Spike planted.
An 11-3 lead. They're able to get that bomb down. So every round they do, it helps their economy. And Benevolence going for that Caprage kill, but Bats able to trade that in. And here it goes. Finally, a 5v1 advantage. All left down to Gozo again, but Bats with that Sheriff able to clean up that round. And a good flawless round, much needed. It eliminated and prevented Titan from getting their match point round. So they still have a tiny bit of breathing room here on D2E, but I mean, they really need to focus up here.
They do. I really love the way Omen locked out Long A there with the smoke, and they worked together when they dropped down with Bats there to secure the hell position and get onto site. That was really good decision and execution. And the difference there, unless you saw it, is they worked as a team. They dropped as a team, they retook site as a team, and they used their util for the retake, which was critical. So nonetheless, 11 rounds for Titan. Strong, commanding lead, as Endless would tell you day in and day out. They got 2 rounds to close it. Let's see what they can do.
It looks like they're defaulting close to that B side, and Gozo able to get that 1D off onto Bats, and I mean, equalizes the round. Is a little bit hurt, but look at Spencer able to get another deagle shot down on D2E's side, and now it leaves them in a 4v3 situation, and this is definitely not the round to lose. IXA has something to say about that, able to trade out Spencer, even it out to a 3v3. And it doesn't seem like anyone on Titan right now has guns, so they only have Sheriffs. This should be a good retake for D2E. They just need to work together here.
They can do it. They're in a great position with weapons to hold this off. They need this round anymore, and it's getting a little bit too uncomfortable. Lockdown is present, but it does not matter when you get 1 deked in the face. Benevolence getting absolutely slapped there, bringing the numbers up yet again in Titan's favor. A recipe we've seen pan out time and time again, as Dots is going to have to make a break for it. But the big detain coming in, and now it's all up to Titan to make a move and get onto site before it's too late.
Too late indeed, and as you can see, they're kind of all spread out. I'd say already into site, and sure, Dots did get detained, but they didn't really need to rush that. They could have timed it and coordinated it for each other, but here comes the Hunter's Fury, able to finish him off, and now Titan up 12-4. Heading into the match point.
Match point.
Match point, bringing it up in chat. Dockerton, Dots, don't overthink stuff. Come on, Dockerton, this is not that kind of community, man. We don't use that kind of stuff here. Get it together, would you? Dots is doing pretty well. I mean, 9 and 13. It's a tough position to be in the middle of the grounds here for D2E, but it's going to be tough. I've seen D2E fight. They can make it back. I believe in them, and we do see full guns all across the board here. So it's, at this point, all or nothing.
All or nothing is 100% right. And being against match point, I mean, I'm liking that they're still a little bit aggressive, but right now it just doesn't seem like they're really playing together, right? You see the constant retakes. I mean, we had that one round where they played it to the T, and they didn't lose a single person. And right off the bat, Dots getting taken out without a trade, and Titan already up the numbers game right now. And Bats is going to continue to aggress here, so it could work out in their favor, which he does, but Gozo able to get that initial trade as well, and you can see that difference on Titan. I mean, they're always in a buddy system. They're always ready for those trades, and I mean, Benevolence here on this flank, which is going to be huge for them, getting those 2 open picks, and it brings it back in their favor. So at this point, you got to be thinking D2E should be playing a little bit more passive, right?
Last player standing.
Yeah, I mean, that's an option, except you can just peek short too. That also seems to work, right?
It does, but I mean, the situation could easily be in Titan's favor,
30 seconds left.
and these are those rounds where you just really don't want to give them a single % of opportunity to really bring this round back in their favor.
I was shading a little bit of sarcasm there. I mean, I too agree with you. I definitely would not have peaked like that. But I mean, Benevolence, finally the redemption on the flank that did not pan out a little bit ago on that big B flank. All things considered, Titan still holding on nice and strong. This is tough. Like D2E mentally this is where it gets exhausting, right? You just look at the score, you're like, man, now I got to fight back for the tie and then playing OT. It's really tough, but you can see here Benevolence's flank panning out at last, and I'm liking what D2E has been doing. The buddy system, and when they're able to trade, has been paying off for them. So let's see if they can keep that theme going and if they're learning from their mistakes.
And you can see right now Titan on a light buy. I mean, they have knives out on their jet, so that could still do some damage, but as it seems, D2E on full gun rounds and having 4 ults here to work with, they should definitely be able to hold this round, especially if they're playing that range. But again, they need to get rid of this jet as soon as possible.
No fear whatsoever, as Brimstone going to clear out Boathouse as well. Gozo aggressing onto Dots now. Numbers in the favor of Titan Esports for the game point. Endless pushing onto B, connecting with another set of knives. Benevolence finally going to shut that down. Put Jet to bed here as they're going to push down Sidewalk, clearing out B main first, as they are literally camping inside site here. Zymor gonna send out the alarm bot here to hopefully spot out Spencer, but cannot do it. Spencer now in a very tight position health-wise, but it doesn't matter. Empress active in the health, and Dismiss coming out 1 and 2. Benevolence and Axie to tighten up, even up the numbers here, pushing through heavily, and D2E to bring it home. Endless on a quick, high-paced, quick action round there.
That was a very good retake. I was a little bit worried about the Sova flank on Titan's side. I mean, they were clearing that B main for a good amount of time, but he had overall later delay, and Capraj unfortunately does get spotted near the end. But man, I mean, that would have been really bad for D2E with that huge delay flank, and it almost worked.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Turn out.
So it looks like they're going to be mid right now, smoking it out. And, I mean, on this delay towards that A site, and it looks like all of Titan's member are going close to that A site. Attacker Killjoy coming in. And here we go.
Pushing onto site. Lockdown is active as they have rightfully rotated over. You can see the full team here is present, ready to hold off A as they are aggressing through. No players detained by the Killjoy lockdown as they are going to push strongly here. Hunter's Fury from Bats as well to hold off some of the Titan team on site. Getting 3 and 1 more for a flawless win. Endless for D2E. Round number 7 in their back pockets, looking really good.
That's the kind of rush they needed, and this is the momentum they want. And now Titan back on this force buy, or light buy for that matter. And once again, D2E able to have full guns, and their economy is looking pretty good right now. I mean, would they have wanted this run a little bit sooner? Yes, but hey, it's finally showed up. And again, like you said, we've seen D2E come back from these games, and it's definitely possible. It's looking likely right now.
It's never too late to rally. Endless. It's always okay to push and win, as they have 5 rounds to close the gap onto Titan, and things have kind of slowed down a bit. I do like what Titan is doing on the attacker side. They're working together and aggressing, but I will admit D2E's rotates have been just that much quicker, you know, and Benevolence here in a position to connect a shot. cannot do that, and he's gonna get shoulder peek, but let's see what ends up happening if he can open up this pick, a much needed pick at that. These shoulder
Yeah.
peeks are so
Jeez.
slippery, Endless.
Benevolence almost making the Jet pay there on that jump peak, but unable to connect. And Titan down to 3 members. They hear them taking A. They're just going to hold this player retake and not really give them guns. But Spencer able to get XI with that Sheriff. And now they have that site. They're going to still have to get this bomb down, which is down in front of door. And they're getting a little bit aggressive here. Spencer trying to make some more happen with that Sheriff. And Spencer and Jet able to turn it down to a 2v2. But Zymor and Bats save D2E in that round and bring it back here.
Sorry to Endless. I was going to say that was almost a disaster in the making there on that Heaven retake. You could see that they were pushed out on Heaven into the cubby, the box on top of Heaven there on the rafters. And unfortunately, the teammate supporting was still behind the divider, I guess you could say. So that type of, it was looking good initially, but they didn't follow through with the push, and it almost really shot them in the foot. But hey, it's okay. They got the round. I'm not shaking anymore, but that was really too close for comfort there. That could have really panned out badly. But Zymor going down the routine, the checklist there, setting up for the B hold is they're looking like they're going towards an A-oriented push, but then again, there's always an opportunity to go mid all the way back to B and also take market.
I think you're completely right there, but I don't know if D2E knew there were 2 people up close, you know, playing that hell angle, and that's probably the miscommunication that happened there in the sense of one wide peeking. And Spencer, I mean, able to open up that round onto D2E, and that's what I really don't understand right now on D2E's defense. I mean, they're somewhat trying to play for the retake, but at the same time, some of them aren't. So, I mean, they're losing people without really getting any proper information. And now you can see Titan having the entirety of A site, but gonna get forced out of the site with this Defender Killjoy, but not if we have a Hunter's Fury in play, which they do. But that ends up hurting them. I mean, the second that Hunter Fury is activated, the entire D2E team is rushing that site.
They knew right based on the source of the Hunter's Fury where to aggress. I really do like what Benevolence did there, just dashing into sight, pulling a whole bunch of aggro and attention away from his teammates, and they just pushed on there and collapsed. And look at the rally here in the rounds, guys. 5 consecutive rounds here on the Defender side. D2E obviously loving this side of the map so far. They've been on a rally, 3 rounds to close this gap up, and Titan is gonna have to push real hard. They just have not been able to connect their attacking rounds really well, and D2E has been stepping it up on the rotates, I think, and they've been working, like you said, on the buddy system. Coach Endless will tell you, always go with a buddy.
And right now, Titan, you can kind of see their economy. Their management isn't the best. I mean, they have guns, but a lot of them are light armor. But Benevolence bots 1 B main, unable to get that initial pick, but has to fall off here. He does have an operator, and there are 2 towards that B site, but Bats, you can see, falling off already. Not trying to play for that retake, but Benevolence stuck in sight. Able to get that opening pick onto Jet, but has knives out. Unable to get Shady, and that's that B site for you. They have that control. And here's Zymor, able to come out of market, get that opening pick, and bring it down to a 3v3 situation. So it should be a pretty good retake. XI able to get that first one, but do they know Gozo's still there? They do not. Gozo able to make them pay and gets 3 to send them to the next round and to the lower bracket. D2E goes. I mean, what happened? He got pinged. They knew he was there, but they didn't check it.
Mamma mia, that's a face palm position here, guys. That's one of those. That's just the swing out of market was met with 3 people, and I'm confident I saw that ping come out as well. And that's like you said, like they knew, but I guess in the moment, you know, 1 round away, whatever the pressures were, it just Gozo was just able to get 3 kills there. That's so heartbreaking. And those are the rounds you look at, you're like, I really wish I just paid attention. Either it was a miscommunication, they thought someone else was looking at it. I don't know what happened there, but after such a big rally, falling to the rights of Titan, I mean, that's tough. That's really tough, but it's okay. There's a beauty of the situation we're in as they are going to the lower bracket. Endless. Let's not panic, okay? There's a chance to rally back. It doesn't mean you're out. You could still be all the way at the end here.
I would be feeling pretty good for D2E right now. I mean, that was a huge rally attempt, and I mean, unfortunately, it fell just short. But yeah, I mean, the issue with that was when the Omen was coming out of market, he was just too focused on sidewalk, right? Someone possibly playing sidewalk,
Yeah.
and that's where Goza was able to really make them pay, and just like that, ending that game in with a 3K. I mean, they've got to be feeling good. But we're gonna hit a quick short break. Maybe get some drink control going. I mean, remember, guys, use that code GLG10. We're also going to be starting to do more giveaways in our Discord. So hit !Discord and join our channel. Join or react with that giveaway bot and for a chance to win in the future, right? So we'll be right back with more Valorant in our Hyperspace Dark qualifiers right after this short break. And we continue. We are back from our break, and we're going to continue on with our Hyperspace Dark qualifier here for our VAL-AM. And we got two very interesting teams here. We have Spotlight here on the defensive side, and then we got a new face. Well, not really a new face, but Depth Esports. They just picked up Anbu Ops, which has been in our previous qualifier as well, and they're back for some revenge. So they're here to try to make their mark. And I mean, Spotlight, a very notable team. Some people even say they're the favorites to win or even qualify in this tournament. So this should be a very good matchup.
Should be really good indeed. I mean, Depth, some of the best Twitter warriors out there. Let's go. But Spotlight, of course, coming off of a win here on Gulef Fate. And Depth beat LGI in their game to get them here as well. And we're going to be playing something that I'm really happy to cast Endless. I've been like put through the washing machine on Ascent and Buy-in, and I'm ready to, venture onwards and upwards to the land of Split. A newly reworked map for us here. Not newly reworked, a couple, maybe 2 patches, 3 patches old, but nonetheless, the changes are my apologies. Sorry. Yes, no. Yeah, no. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. There we go. Okay, guys, stop. This is okay, guys. We're going in. Okay, this is one of those days, man. We're getting into a map that I'm excited to cast here. It's going to be nice to see something different here, Endless Last. So, comp wise, nothing surprising. But I know you want a Reyna.
I don't really care about Reyna anymore, man. It's had that change, and I mean, it's less interesting to see. I mean, it's no longer an agent that can just fully open up a whole site, with that instant heal and 4 of them at that. But you're right. The comps are exactly the same. And once again, we see that Brim instead of Omen, which I mean, I've seen a lot more Omen on Bind now. And now the difference is really just going to be to see if Jack ends up going with another duelist in Jet. I mean, they do. So the comps are basically 100% identical aside from that Omen and Brim. Could that conversation be back?
Let's just see. We should start a tally sheet here. I'm gonna get a new notebook from good old Staples. I'm gonna label it called the Omen and Brimstone tally sheet. And every game they win, I'm gonna put a tick mark. We'll see at the end of GLG season, guys. Here, beginning of 2022, I will tell you who the best agent is. Getting into it, guys, and I'm gonna apologize again. It was originally Split, okay, and then we went to Bind, and my head is in a kerfuffle because I just want to watch Split. But okay, anyways, I'm done ranting. It's Monday. Let's get into it. Map number 2, another best of 1. Again, opportunity still. We're in the upper bracket here. We're cruising. We have an opportunity for the losing team here to go down to the lower bracket. So it is far from over for these teams if they don't make it out on the top. Let's see what they decide to do here. As all in all, things are looking pretty B-centric, but let's see what they do. Maybe a fake and a rotate back to A. I don't know, Endless. What do you foresee here?
I feel like they're going to just start with this B take, and it depends on how much control they can get. As you can see, Spotlight, they're getting that long control fast, but I mean, they're falling off. They hear some noise, so it looks like they're going to just default into this B site. Nades coming in from that teleporter. And Jack able to start up by killing Cheat Code, along with Fiji getting Sugoi. So now it leaves Depth in a huge advantage, being up 4-3 situation. And now Complex stuck in the teleporter with only 22 health. And now they know where one of their opponents are. Actually, 2 now that they spotted Neon. So they should be able to take this A site by storm.
They should, and Neon getting tagged with the dart there. Jack gonna connect one with the 1 clap on the Ghost of Complex there. And numbers looking really good here for Depth, as it is all up to Cypher there, who is sitting in heaven, tagged with a paint can. Location also revealed on top of that, and this is going to be a tough win here. I don't foresee this working out for them.
This is going to be a very difficult opportunity here for Cypher and Fiji. Fiji actually has something to say about that, and commanding 4 possession. I mean, 4 people up in the numbers game, only losing 1 player off the start. That's a good start by Depth Esports here.
Great start, strong lead, commanding Endless, commanding first round for Depth. I'm getting way too hyped up over the word commanding here. I think they're in a great position all in all, given their gun situation, to bring home round 2, but never doubt the eco, or as Neon and Chico would have to say, never doubt the shorty. There is a dream.
Most definitely strive, and we've seen that shorty come into play, and it does a lot of damage, especially at that close range. So, I mean, because they are on that defensive side, it kind of forces Depth to kind of walk into them. So they just have to be a little bit more careful, play that range, and hope for the best here.
Chat, if you want to have some fun, get yourself a jug of Kool-Aid, and every time Endless says commanding, or I say most definitely, take a shot of Kool-Aid. Yeah, you know what? Actually, one up that. Do drink control. I mean, I want you to savor your drink control, but shots also go a long way here. Spike is down here on A by Truck. Plan to default here. Lots of hold opportunity with 5 people up for Depth, but there is a chance for a retake. Let's see how they post up and how they choose to take back A here against 5 Depth players.
Definitely, and here we have Depth. Grim able to start off that kill on cheat code, but here comes the flanking complex, unable to connect, but it's left down to Sugoi. That Molly's gonna come in, he's gonna fake tap the bomb, but they know he's not on it, but he's able to get Chippo, but Fiji again with that Sheriff.
Fiji is only allowed to use a Sheriff for the rest of this game. That's the final decision. The guy has been landing those shots really nicely. He's in a great place financially too, but he's going to hold on to the Spectre and chill out. But Spotlight now, full gun round, not a lot of money to their name after this. They are in a desperate position. Unless if they lose these guns, it's going to be very difficult to bounce back, as what is basically bonus guns for Depth would yield them another buy round, depending on how this pans out for them.
With this buy round, I mean, they're on a bonus. They really need to win here, and I think they're going to be able to do just that. They're getting that early aggression. Cheat code opening up that round with that first initial pick, but now there's that headshot angle smoke, a one-way for that matter, on the side of SPL, and that allows them to gain that control. Depth unsure if they've really gotten across towards the teleporter at long B there, so they're gonna have to play a little bit more cautious, falling off of long B. And now you still have the Raze still lurking towards that B site, but starting to fall off of Hookah now, going towards that A.
Fiji being patient behind box, waiting for Chippo and gang to reunite and execute onto A. We see 3 people posted towards B, a bit of aggression towards long, but I think they're starting to put 1 and 1 together as they are lacing it up, and they got to run as they are aggressing onto A. Depth gonna push in here with Spotlight. 5 people up, they can retake, but they got to move. I don't know what Silva's waiting for at B. They're on site planting the spike. Let's go.
Spike planted.
They're just waiting for the fake plant, maybe a possibility of the teleport, but that definitely did not happen. And Fiji able to open up the round again and even it up to a 4v4 situation. Here comes the smokes. Now it's up to them to play post plants, and oh my goodness, Neon coming in, getting the initial 2 picks, but here comes that shock dart by Chippo. And it's all down to him now. Will he be able to get the bomber? No. Cheat code is there to protect him, and there's that buddy system that we really didn't see a lot of last game.
Chico with the up, down, left, right. They're going to clean that up. That was an attempt at a cheat code. Obviously, you can tell that I don't play console games, guys. I'm a Valorant gamer. Looking really good here. Spotlight bringing home around. Much needed. We talked about the finances last round, or I talked about that, and I'm happy they got that. This would not have been as pretty had they lost that round, but they are still very much in it, and now they're contesting guns on the hands of Depth Esports. And only Jack is sitting on a Stinger. Gonna choose to bonus up with 3,900 and probably pick up the operator the next round, Endless.
This is still a very good bonus. I mean, Depth able to win that last round. Gonna choose to bonus and SPL. Or actually, SPL won that last round, right?
Yes, sir.
Am I wrong? Okay, yeah, SPL won that last round. And, I mean, being able to bonus here, Neon opening up that round onto Grim. But Jack trades as well. Knives out for both Jets, and Jack able to take huge advantage of that, dashing into that A site, and Fiji continuing that barrage as well. Now, down to a 4v2 numbers game in the favor of Depth. And Wokes already close, gets that opening pick into sight and continues on. And they're able to secure their 3rd round.
When Depth is on Endless, they are on. I mean, these guys, when they land a shot, I mean, with all due respect, I've pretty much seen a headshot consistently. So aim-wise, these guys are they're on point tonight. And obviously 3-1, looking really strong for them. Guns in a great position as well. They're going to buy for Grim as Jack is sitting on a nice 6,200 there. And Spotlight in a position to have to save pretty big here and fight back. They're going to have to play for the buy round here, unless hopefully the next round.
That was a very smart buy by Jack. I mean, knowing that he had knives out, knowing that, you know, Spotlight has guns, and just being able to bonus and just get some kills and then take over their gun and maintain that economy. And that's exactly what he did. I mean, he opened up that A site easily with his knives and his dash, and right off the bat, Depth able to bring SPL down to only 3 people standing, especially with a very, very hurt Jet. And I think they're going to default back towards that B site here.
Depth playing fearlessly as they getting the early aggression right on. And unfortunately, Jet is heavily lit there on the side of Spotlight. Neon, that is, rotating back towards B. They've done their homework and they read the map here as the spike is going down. Depth in a great position with 5 people to hold. They're going to post up the usual hookah, elbow, a little bit of sight maybe. Okay, maybe not so much hookah, but hey, that's okay. You got 5 people. It's all good.
5 people getting into sight, getting bombed down without taking a single bit of damage. I mean, that is huge on the side of Depth. And Jack continuing it on. Spots Neon, gets him as well. And now all left to Sugoi in a 1 versus 5 situation. However, he does only have a share, so he's going to try to get some kills here, or at least die for that economy point of view, or else he's not going to get any money whatsoever.
I hope he does that right here. And yeah, he's going to go for it. Fiji going to take him out. I mean, does Jack really miss, whether it be with a knife or a gun? I mean, this guy just connects headshots like it's his day job. But hey, look at that now. 4 rounds in the favor of Depth. And like you said, they got into sight untouched. I mean, if that's not invisibility cloak status, I don't know what is. So feeling really good. Finance is really good. And Jack, of course, on a minty 9K, can buy an operator on demand. Here's that replay here for you guys. Little
this is a nice
1 click potentially.
Yes, this should do.
There she is now. We get to watch Jack pop this off here on back haul. Cleaning up 2 kills for himself there in his name, and obviously building the finances up to get that operator next round. Is they're posting up for what looks like not too much of anything special, just a default. And guys, we'll make that replay back up to you in the next one. We promise. Okay, don't get upset at us.
And what you're saying about the way Depth's able to just take these sites, I mean, some would say it's commanding, wouldn't they? Strive?
If I was legitimately, you know, taking shots of Kool-Aid by now, I'd be in a swimming pool of Kool-Aid or drink control, whatever you want it to be. Yet again, Depth just fearlessly get. I have to say this, right? Forget actually saying what happened. I'm gonna comment on the actual plays themselves. Depth is so fearless when they get on sites. They choose to go and they go, but Spotlight now doing a good amount of damage here as the paint can onto Chippo, gonna take him out as well. Cheat Code gonna try and get control of U-Haul. The ultimate is out, and he gets a kill and also kills himself as they are on the spike defusing. Great support by Complex there to take out Vokes on short and bring home the defuse as they're deciding who needs it the most.
Much needed round there by Spotlight, and Cheat Code coming in with that showstopper, making it look a lot more showy. You know, killing himself in the process. Just on the kill feed, it just looks a lot better. I mean, it looks like he got 2, but nonetheless, it won them that round, and it was very much necessary. 2-4. They have full guns. Both teams will have full guns this round, so I mean, they're still gonna have to do whatever they can to slow down this attacker side that Depth has been putting on, because they've been putting on a show right now. I mean, Fiji starting off 10-2, Jack 8-3. 2 of those players absolutely destroying the defense right now.
Bot coming out to clear out Hookah and get some early aggression. Not too much going to come off of this as Grim is going to maneuver, maybe get a peek into Hookah, maybe onto site and leave. Hopefully not getting picked out. Spike down on short as well, so the regroup and pinch onto A from Showers is possible. Raze coming back to join the brigade, and let's see if they choose to commit to the A or if they're going to swing all the way back around. Owl Drone from Chippo to help open things up, but you can see there, they managed to pull a rotate. One person, Sova, is now on the way over to A, and they are swinging onto B. This is the time to execute Endless. They have to lace it up and get into sight as Grim is doing just that. And look at that depth yet again. On site, no shots taken as Cypher is waiting for the rotate.
And that's completely fine. I mean, Spotlight playing for the retake and not getting that information or giving any opening picks towards depth. But here they come. Cypher able to start up with that initial pick and knows that there's two people stuck in sight. And able to get the two opening picks to start off this retake, but then there's still Jack, who finally gets taken down by Cypher, and it brings it down to a 3v1 situation. Chippo left to kind of get the diffuser, but Neon wide swings with that operator and says good night.
Good night and good riddance to you. Depth round in favor of Spotlight. Neon in a great position, obviously had that operator and got some really nice kills aggressing onto Jack, who was stuck at elbow. Bear with us here, gang, as we're trying to finesse the stream a little bit. Maybe it's just Texas Fandango. Maybe there's some weird routing issues. I don't know what's going on, but hey, you get to look at our. You don't need Valorant. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Production's yelling at me because I call up the routings wrong. Listen, anyways, we might be having some technical issues. You know, GLG is international here, guys. Okay, we're fixed. We're getting back into it. Let's get her done. And looks like A is the play endless. Oh, Neon with the one and dash away from Fiji, opening it up here. This is what Spotlight needs to hold him off. And let's see if Jack can continue to aggress like he has been doing.
Sugoi has no choice but to fall off towards Shower and just make sure that no one gains control of that. And it definitely will help on the retake. It doesn't allow Depth to really get any control of that Shower. So for this retake here, not losing a single person, being up one person as well, this should be a retake in favor of Spotlight. They just really need to work together here. I mean, a bunch of them are trapped in U-Haul, and that paint can comes in, able to do some damage, but Chippo saying no. We're gonna hold this U-Haul, we're gonna maintain it. Gets those 3 kills, and now they switch the whole situation around. Chippo finally getting taken out by Sugoi, but Wokes and Grim have something else in mind.
I would have loved to see Neon there get super aggressive with the knives, get into U-Haul, get that controller, at least swing wide, but chooses to smoke and tap, which, I mean, didn't work out, but really good effort. And now looking Jack still sitting healthy with that operator in hand. Guns out as well on the side of Spotlight. They're putting up a fight endless. What I thought was going to be a commanding first tap, yeah, I'm using that word, for Depth. I mean, they're getting rocked. They're getting schooled a little bit here, and their shots were just so on point. Something felt right about it, but Spotlight is really making a showing here for us.
Most definitely Strive, and I mean, now with 4 ults on the side of Depth and the lead, I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a difficult situation, as a lot could be activated to help them get onto this site. As you can see, Hunter's Fury coming in, trying to bait out that back haul, and he does connect to Complex, able to take him out. And now they have a slight advantage here on the attacker side, and Wokes not expecting cheat codes to peak, but cheat codes unable to connect. Man, that whiff was just not necessary. Neon able to get that opening pick as well onto this entrance into sight, but now they have full hookah control, and he has an operator, and that's not a good scene.
Neon, I would have loved to see Neon fall off out of hookah there. That would have been great, but Hunter's Fury from Sugoi. Tova going to counteract that and hopefully get a connection here. Getting a tag and a half, I'd say. Not too much out of that, but Chippo going to put that spike down. And I really wish Neon fell off there. That would have been the difference maker for me, Endless, on that hookah hold.
That would have been huge. And oh, Jack, unfortunately, I mean, we finally see him miss a shot. And Cypher here to get back haul, but doesn't expect the second. And here it comes back to that buddy system. Chippo overextending there, you know, bring it back to a 2v1 situation, but nonetheless, now they're going to be able to play separate angles. They're able to play together. Cypher can coming up. They hear them through the cage. He does not know he's still in sight.
Sugoi has to remove that tag out, but getting taken out by Jack, who activated knives a little bit earlier. 6-3 for Depth Esports, a team that's been showing up here and all things considered, I'm really happy with how Spotlight is performing. There's still a few rounds left here. There's a chance to claw back. Finances are obviously not looking so tight. Bind is tricky, Endless, with the teleporters. It's a very troubling map to connect, albeit we haven't seen too much teleporter usage. It's not to say that when we see a half switch here, Spotlight can start making use of those, but looking like a bit of a save here, as Chico's the only one with a gun here.
With him being the only one with a gun, he's going to try to get a little bit aggressive, but that quickly gets canceled out as now he is stuck. That's not going to be very good for his situation, but in hopes, he's able to get one. Almost gets the collateral, but now Neon trying to get that gun and fall off, and that's not the move, as Wokes is definitely ready for that, and that leaves Complex in sight, getting killed. Well, actually doesn't get killed. Grim getting taken out by Zypher, and now Wokes finally getting that full sight control, and Zypher still back hall, still trying to make something happen, but look who's watching that. Jack is still ready, still aware. I mean, 3v1 situation, this is definitely going to be tough.
Tough is Big Boss Jack there, going to take the kill onto Zypher, take him out for a 7th round for Depth Esports now. Spotlight in a position to really have to push with 2 more rounds left in the books. 7-5 is the best that we can get if they're able to clean out one and 2 more rounds respectively. Looking down the scoreboard, things looking healthy for Depth financially. They're pretty much, I'd say, set to win this game out or win this half out with guns. Whereas, unfortunately, Spotlight in not that much of a better position. And looking at this, Cypher is showing you what it means to place down one-ways.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Some interesting cages that he's putting up, and a lot of them being one-ways. It's very interesting to see the development of Cypher and how people have started using the cages towards their advantages. I mean, in the early beta, you had the cage that actually slowed as well and revealed, from what I remember. Maybe not the reveal, but it makes it all the more difficult now that, you know, Cypher has been kind of changed a little bit, and apologize for this little bit of a freeze. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We're not sure what is happening, but we'll jump back to that action right away. And I mean, so far, what we've kind of seen is Depth has just been working very quick and as a team, right? And even though they've been able to fall off and just kind of get their composure before retaking that site, they've been able to do so. And Spotlight giving up a lot of map control into the site, and it's just getting a lot more difficult to retake that site, especially the amount of, you know, control that they're giving Depth, right? So
I'm happy with Depth's aggression. I'm happy with their buddy system. I'm happy with the trading, and the level of shots has also been really on point. Spotlight just needs to bounce back a little bit and work together a little bit as a defending side. I would like to see the aggression in the right places. There's been a bit of a lackluster push in some cases, some really questionable decisions when it comes to getting a gun like that round there that just passed. I think it was Neon who went for that gun at long, albeit Raze was posted up by Teleporter in a position to get 1 and 2, but maybe that's too aggressive. I don't think that was the right decision. I would have much rather them play together as a team, maybe get some guns in a position where it's safer to pick it up. We got word from production guys, just so you know. We're trying to fix up a little bit of a bug situation here with the production stream, so sit tight. But you know, getting back into the conversation, Depth has been showing up in terms of kills, and I don't know, Endless, what it's going to take for Spotlight to turn it around. I mean, forget strats aside, forget the positioning and the setup. You know, for me, it's going to be difficult to just outdo the aggression of Depth, if that makes sense. This map especially is about getting onto site and holding, right? We saw that round when they were posted up on B. Depth went in and they didn't even bother playing hookah, albeit they had 5 people up, which is, I mean, it's one thing to say, but they're posted up as a team. They're not leaving anybody alone, and it's better to play, let's say, 3 onto site, 2 on elbow, and play a retake that way. So you can see they have the chemistry, and chemistry is critical, especially on the attacking side. But what makes Bind unique for me is, to me, it's one of the more quote unquote sided type of maps, right? Where you may switch and the tides change, right? The tides will change, and Spotlight has not been lackluster by any means, guys. And we're about to get back into this. Endless, did I kind of hit all the right points for you? What are your thoughts?
I think, I mean, it does come down to the little things that Spotlight has been doing, and it is a 4-7 lead right now in the favor of Depth. So I mean, I'm happy to see Spotlight win another round here to kind of even it up. And I mean, they really need this one. If this is a 7-5 half, I wouldn't be also worried for this favor of Spotlight here. And, you know, able to actually close out that round. So 7-5 half, I mean, that's what we're going to be seeing. But as back to what I was saying, Spotlight, it just seems like it's the little things, right? All down to, you know, Neon 2 rounds in a row. I mean, for one, playing the operator close up in hookah, not ideal. He should have fell off after the first initial pick. And then the next round, trying to go for that extra gun on that cheat code drop, that long. I mean, two plays that were just completely avoidable. I mean, yeah, there's a huge value for that gun. But then again, you're giving them a free kill, so it opens up the round drastically. So
It does. 7-5 is respectable, and this, you said it really well. And I think Spotlight has a great comp. I think the Omen factor is going to pan out to be really strong when used correctly. Omen to me is like a mini jet in a way, right? You have the teleport that can, or that, you know, quick way to aggress into the site. Is Fiji's trying to whip out his graph paper here and line that one way up real nicely on top of shower door. So he's posted up and ready to go. 12 seconds. I think we're on a little bit of a tech pause situation here, gang. Little recalibration session, but depth on defender. I think if Spotlight copies some of the recipes that depth has brought into the first half, they're going to be in a great position. If they can aggress as a team, trade as a team, and get in nice and quick into sites, that's going to be the recipe for success. A recipe for success, rather. Is, alas, we are ready to go endless.
they definitely, I mean, started off a little bit slower on that Spotlight side, but they're able to switch that around. And I mean, bringing it back to a 7-5 is pretty big. But like you were saying, if they do follow that recipe that Depth kind of had on that attacker side, as long as they're taking sites and going together, it'll work out huge in their favor. But you can see Fiji has something to say about that, able to get 2, but now it's only down to Sugoi and I believe, well, 2v1 situation. I mean, all down to Jack here. So this retake, I mean, with that fake plant coming in, he can hear them running away, and I wonder if he's going to hit that TP here.
Have no fear. The TP is here. Jack, are you going to tap it, my guy? Or are you going to go the long way? I think it just makes sense to hit the teleporter at this point. You don't have too much time in your name. And there she is. TP is out. So they know exactly where Jack is coming from, either hook or along. But he's mashing W, running straight in there. A dart to reveal, but Jack quickly shooting that out as well. But it don't matter when you know he's there. Dashing into sight, into his own smoke. I love that play. Gonna do-si-do around that and try and pick up some kills in a great spot. Juking them out. They don't know he's there, but let's see if they can collapse and swing as a team. And yes, they do. Sugoi working wonders with his teammate there and pinching together. I mean, really good job. Really good retake by Spotlight. And I love how they work together on that take endless. Really well done.
That was a very, very well played 2v1 situation. I mean, that dash by Jack, it could have worked wonders. Miracles happen when those plays are made, but unfortunately, he was not able to connect to anyone. And it was well played by them.
6-7, and Spotlight looking really good gun-wise as well. This is going to be a determining factor for them as to how the rest of this half pans out. It'd be really great for them to pick up one more round, if not 2, before big guns come out to play. But keep in mind, Depth is probably going to be able to buy big guns, whether that be Phantom or Vandals, in the next one. And I like their decision. I like how they're grouped up towards B, and they're going to go for the execute, but don't dismiss Chippo here in hookah. 5-man Octagon might nip you in the rear, but good choice to smoke that out and to block off Chippo from participating.
And they're going to be able to take this site quick. And like I said, Spotlight playing a little bit aggressive in Depth, playing that retake here. I mean, they have guns on the side of Spotlight, so Grim on still able to open up that pick onto Complex. And now it's a 4v5 situation in the favor, but not anymore. Spotlight turning this around. It's cheat code with 3 big kills, but once again, Fiji still around, still trying to make something happen. But hey, they're able to get 2 players down on the side of Spotlight, but there's a man named Cheat Code coming in with 4 kills.
Cheat Code came in absolutely huge there, playing a really good container hold, working with his teammate and picking all the perfect times to peek out with that Spectre and clean up a nice 4K in his name, bringing him up to 11-10 respectively. 7-7 is the score, if I have not made a mistake on my math here. Cheat Code almost goofing a little bit on that last one and getting that last pick on the Octagon player there to bring up the 4K. So Spotlight, Endless, this is a battle, and Depth is getting the runaround for sure.
Depth not choosing to buy that second round, and now, I mean, third round, they're not messing around. They're trying to win this game, so they basically saved to buy this round, and this is their round to lose because they have full guns. They have an advantage. Fiji able to start that off onto Cheat Code, but now that reveal comes in as well onto Neon, and Fiji's able to get him through the smoke. But Zypher and Sugoi able to trade that out, bring it down to a 3v3 situation, and now they have access to at least one Phantom. So this is going to be a little bit of a difficult retake here for Depth, but in the sense of the health game, they're pretty even. But Sugoi here on the flank, and Jack not expecting that at all, and now brings it down to a 2v2. Both teams have full guns here, so this could be anyone's game. But Wokes able to make that difference. Now all down to Sugoi, which he's able to get that opening pick and knows, but Chippo had a better crosshair placement. You can see that, and that is what wins them that round.
Chippo's anticipation and crosshair placement, like you touched on, is what got them that round. Valiant attempt to hold there, but Cypher just missing that shot onto Cubby by Shower there. Unable to connect, which was really heartbreaking as he's 14-9. That must be hurting, but he's okay gun-wise. He's going to buy up here, as is most of the Depth esports team. 8-7 in favor of Depth. That almost panned out for them. I was really hoping it had Cypher landed that kill Endless. I think that would have been a round for sure for Spotlight, but it's okay. There's still plenty of rounds to battle back.
It was very close, but hey, Spotlight, you got to be feeling good after that one. I mean, being on a bonus and destroying Depth down to one player when they had a full buy. I mean, that hurt their economy, right? And now you can see Wokes up close in Hookah with that judge, and that's going to be a very dangerous spot if Spotlight decides to go that direction. So, and it looks like they are, but Jack also there to kind of defend Wokes. Playing this crossfire angle, it's going to be a little bit of a bait and switch situation happening here, and it looks like they know that the execution towards that B site is coming, but Jack able to start up that round with that kill, and now Wokes up close with this judge, but unable to make Complex pay. But Jack still has full Hookah control. Going to be pre-firing, does get Complex finally, but Sugoi able to trade and now bring it to a 2v3 situation in the favor of Depth on this retake.
Jack and Wokes there in Hookah really proving to be the difference, working as a team despite the judge push not working out, as Chippo and Fiji one apiece here to wipe the floor of Spotlight and bring home another round. 9-7. I do like what Jack and Wokes there did together in Hookah. They worked together, albeit the push didn't pan out, but hey, it's better to be buddied up in a situation like that and to have a teammate to support you and trade as well. So now Spotlight 2-round trailing. I'm feeling their pain. They're getting so close, but they just cannot close it out. I mean, look at it now too. They're forced to a situation to buy very light and basically bonus guns for the next round.
Yeah, and that's the issue right now. I mean, losing some crucial rounds. I mean, we've seen Chippo having some very, very crucial picks that open up that round or even secure it for them. And Zypher able to start off by getting that Sheriff onto Jack, who had their knives out, and the damage that they're able to do right now. I mean, SPL able to kind of take this site, but not if Grim has something to say about it. He's going to get that opening pick, and it evens it up to 4-4. And now the teleports come in. They're going to shift this whole attack side to the A site, and we have the rotations coming in now from Depth.
Depth lacing it up, trying to get over there as the spike is getting killed out, and now Grim with a 1-2 piece to his name, and Sugoi with around half HP there, getting swung wide. Grim to bring home a nice 4K for his team and another round. That will be the 10th for Depth.
This is starting to kind of shape itself. As we can see, Depth Esports starting to get into a little bit of a momentum. Oh my goodness, momentum.
Hello.
And I mean, despite losing the first 2 rounds on this half, they came back, won 3 straight, and they're looking for their 4th here.
Yes, this should do.
I'm sure they're itching to get it here, and I'm 3-round trailing. It's nothing to be upset about just yet. And looking all around the gun, all around the board. Sorry, guns are in a great position for Depth. Is Jack? I love the aggression into shower. This is what we talked about: getting good information and valuable picks. Jet being able to get in and out very quickly with the operator and the dash. So it's a relatively safe decision to send your Jet out there into shower to open it up. But they're grouped up towards B, and great patience here by Cypher as well, who's posted up outside a shower and rightfully so, not peeking, waiting for the flank. But if he decides to walk out, good old Jack is there in his lawn chair, a nice beverage in hand, dripping water around him. Nothing beats the serenity of being in a shower all day, let me tell you.
Being in a shower indeed. And Jack, I mean, looking to get this opening pick, and I think that little shoulder peek spotted him there, but he's gonna kind of try to contest, and Jack's still stuck in showers. Has to fall off, and he's about to get pinched, but they're able to get that bomb down. That ultimate came in a little bit too late. And here we go. There's retake coming in from Depth. I think they're gonna be able to hold this off.
I think so as well. And look at this positioning here on showers as well, holding a cheat code. Gonna connect onto Grim on site there, looking rightfully at Hookah. Knows there's an enemy there. It's all up to Chippo, who's there in U-Haul to hold that off as he's getting swung both ways, sideways. Chippo connecting onto cheat code. Cypher answering back, a repeat of history yet again in Cubby. He's gonna get swung there while he's lit. And Chippo, we just had a repeat of the exact same round, getting taken out and Chippo defusing, but this time, unfortunately, she goes, what?
You know, sometimes it comes down to the timing, right? And that's what Spotlight needed there. They needed a round somehow, and they were able to hold off that retake just the right amount of time. And I mean, if that's what it takes at this point, start to change up that momentum a little bit and switch it over. And they're able to end that streak that Depth kind of put on, and 3 rounds in a row comes to an end. Now, lead is down to 10-8. So a little bit more light at the end of the tunnel for Spotlight.
Spotlight is probably feeling good. I would not say they should be panicking just yet. The rounds are tight as it is. They're getting onto sites as a team. They're mostly holding. They're getting close, albeit Depth did something differently that round. And nope, I lied. History's repeating itself as Jet is pushed up again. Cage is active as well for Fiji. Holding U-Haul heavily. Jack going to connect onto Cypher and make something work. Fiji's going to run the heck out of there. He is leaving U-Haul open as Neon is all over site now. Hunter's Fury is live by Sugoi. Going to try and make something happen here. Can he get the Jet in shower? No. Sending it off to heaven and nothing happening there. And now numbers in favor of Spotlight. And let us see if Depth can retake here from Heaven and CT.
And see, that was a very, very smart drone kill by Cheat Code. Not getting it enough information, but unfortunately, they weren't able to connect with more because one was posted under Heaven, but they weren't able to connect there. Now that retake's just coming in. Woke's coming in with a huge 4 kills to now secure this round and bring them to an 11-8 lead. One more round away from match point. So Spotlight, I mean, they gotta be thinking, what do they need to change at this point?
I like the position that Wokes took there, long from A, deep away, playing it relatively safe, holding to choose the far angle, using the util as well to dump that smoke onto the spike and hold that off. Great choice by him, and obviously it paid out for them, paid dividends rather, as Depth now 2 rounds away, like you said. Yet again, Fiji has the graph paper out, trying to line up the one way. This is a show on its own. Can we just get a full match of just Fiji trying to get cages in the right spot? This is great. He's like, nah, okay, the dream is dead. I'm just gonna put it on short and run. That's great. Unfortunately, they're not even gonna go that way. Poor guy. He worked so hard, tried to set up the cage, and they're going B.
I mean, sometimes that's a little bit of humor that they kind of have to go with. I mean, I'm sure he's kicking himself off for that, trying to hit that one-way cage. But hey, at least they're not going to that site like you were saying. So it's not really going to be any use. But it looks like they're starting to fall back. So maybe we spoke a little bit too soon. Maybe he does need that cage. But Fiji, we've seen him hold things. He doesn't need the cage.
They found my wire.
Fiji has been doing a great job holding off U-Haul, and this round he decides to mix it up. He's playing Heaven. The smoke is there to protect on showers, as well as Grim and Gang are ready to go. Paint Can gonna try and clear out close bomb plant, and they get away with one hit into showers, doubling up, really good position. And now it is up to Depth to retake out of Heaven and CT here. Not too much flank activity happening either. Here is Brimstone to open it up as well. Woke's gonna swing out, get a second Grim to help support as well. Two people up for Spotlight. It's up to poor old Neon and U-Haul as Jack jumps up on the box there. A little ninja action getting the kill onto Neon and bringing it home.
4 people standing. I mean, that's difficult. That's very difficult. 12-8. Now Spotlight is kind of put towards match point, backs against the wall, and Depth, no sign of slowing down here. I mean, sure, they dropped that one round that they could have won or should have won, but due to timing they didn't. So they're still winning the battles overall, so they're feeling good. This is the final round that they need to advance to the next, and it's not looking good for Spotlight, I gotta say.
No, they're going to have to rally back. It's a tough position to be in a game point, but we're not going to dismiss anything. We've seen bigger comebacks than this. Is Neon. Kovacs, Aim Labs flick right there to the dart to take that out nice and quick. Canceling that, and no information revealed as of yet. As a counter dart as well. Jack, Aim Labs right back there onto the dart. This is great. Let's just send darts back and forth and flick shot them. And pace definitely is changing. I think Spotlight is feeling a little bit more pressure. They don't want to make a bad move here, and they're going to group up for a nice A take. Good decision. There's only 2 people out on A. The drone coming back is Fiji with his Kodak camera. Going to spot that out. The cage is available as well to block him off, and they've called the rotates. They're coming in, and now Cheat Code has the showstopper available. One up to Fiji around the corner. No looker. Ray Charles and taking him up. Grim to answer back as well. 4 versus 4, and now let's see if Depth can retake to close this off and bring home the dub.
That's what they needed to start, and you can kind of tell when teams are feeling a little bit more pressured. You can see that the distance they give between each teammate is a little bit less, and they generally play together. But the issue here is everyone is in that U-Haul area, so they don't have a lot of info. But Sugoi coming in with 2, and Cheat Code able to even that up, which only leaves it down to Wokes, which unable to finish off that round. But Sugoi had a huge round there, extending this game for another round. And now they're down 12-9, but there's a little bit of a glimpse of light, I would say.
Let's rephrase it. We're not extending the game. We're just, we're going to take it all the way to overtime. I have faith in Spotlight. I think they can bring it back. And that round, showed that they can. And unfortunately, Complex is not having the sharpest game of his career, but that's okay. He's got teammates that are backing him up, and rightfully so. The rounds are showing that. They managed to cancel out a little bit of momentum there. The 2-round shift that Depth was carrying with them, as yet again, the dart trying to reveal some activity there in Octagon. Sugoi, Hunter's Fury, 1 tag is out. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. Taking out Wokes with the no looker through the wall there, and Jack now can possibly but the cage is available and blocks off Cypher's great escape. Fiji tagged out, no armor to his name, 58 HP. Counter Hunter's Fury is back, and Chippo answering onto the Cypher with 1 to his name as well. And just like that, numbers evened up as they are going to attempt to aggress on B.
A 4v4 situation, still in the favor of Spotlight here due to the attacker side, but I mean, Chippo already falling back, playing backhaul. They're playing for this retake, and I mean, Spotlight really needs to start getting control, getting more map control, maybe getting some control in that backhaul there, but no one's really going to be pushing. Grim coming in with the showstopper, and I think he's going to catch him. He does. Sugoi stuck in sight, but that showstopper does a lot of damage to himself. And Neon able to get 2. going for the third, which he does, and now it brings it down to 2v1, which Complex quickly says, hey, now I'm awake. We're taking this game back.
The whole team is awake. Endless Spotlight closing out another round to their name, only trailing by 2 rounds here on to Depth Esports, and a beautiful replay for you guys. Loving the position, and you can see here that Showstopper doing a healthy amount of damage to Grim as he takes out Sugoi, but Neon is there to answer with his positioning in Cubby. The enemy team not even looking at him, getting the 1-2 slap, and the third on a lit Fiji at elbow to bring it home. And another round for Spotlight. And 2 rounds away, they're rallying here, and they might be able to catch up here and bring us to an overtime here, guys, on map number 2.
This is the round for them to really bring it back as well, because Depth, I mean, they're on a light buy, but look at this aggression. Zypher able to get Grim, and now they're gonna get revealed. Wokes has no choice but to fall back, but they did not see Jack flanking, and Jack able to start up that round. Wokes able to get that kill as well, so now it brings it down to a 3-3 tie. And on top of that, they have bomb control, they have guns. This is gonna be a very upsetting round for Spotlight to lose, because they started with this advantage.
They had an advantage, and now it's evened up across the board, 3 versus 3. They are gonna make an attempt here as Jack holding strongly on U-Haul. Good decision there to neglect Zypher of his favorite spot that we usually play. And now Spike in shower. Sugoi is gonna aggress there with his teammate and try and get that. Gonna tap the Vandal for good luck. Spike in hand with 30 seconds. Not a lot of breathing room. Endless is they're going to be in a tight position to get to B, let alone make it to short, but Jack is there to intercept as he hears tons of footsteps. 1 and 2! Connecting. The dub. Jack, I love how he connected that shot onto Neon first with the knives. Cleaning it up here. Depth Esports with a tight 13-10 win. Endless. That was some good gameplay. Spotlight definitely rallied back, but it was not enough to close it out.
It wasn't, and what Depth did at that last round, especially having that bomb control, I really enjoyed. I mean, why stay shower? Why fight it? They still have to plant. They still have to get bomb, and they know, okay, we could possibly be holding it, but why hold it, right? Fall off, play the sites. We're up a person on our team. I mean, we're 3-2 advantage right now, but so why fight it, right? Wait till they have to enter site, and when one has to plant, that only means one person can have a gun out. So it essentially turns a 3v2 to a 3v1 situation, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, they aggressed. They fell off of bomb. They evened it out. They got that U-Haul control back, and they just played safe. And I mean, that's the type of play that, you know, we're used to seeing at this type of level. And Depth will be moving on to the next round, and Spotlight will fall to the lower bracket here.
Spotlight has a second chance to rally, and like you said, Depth putting on a show for us. A tight game, I would say a little close for comfort, albeit it's not that close. As something like, let's say, a 13-12 or a 13-11 win. We're going to be right back here, guys. Get yourself a beverage, a snacky, get on all the socials and all that fun stuff. Get some control, use that code GLG10, all the fun things that we ask you guys to do day in, day out, week in, week out. Sit tight. We're going to be right back with another matchup, another best of one for you guys. And yeah, sit tight. We'll be back. Welcome back, beautiful GLG people. Thank you for sticking so tight with us. I hope you had to get a beverage, a snack, a pizza, a 6-course meal, whatever you managed to accomplish in the past 15 minutes. Um, all things considered, we are back, folks, and we're gonna play a map that is oh so near and dear to our hearts here for Endless and I. Good old Ascent. We're gonna be following through with our fantastic Titan Esports gang, and versus YFP. So Titan didn't fare too well the last game, Endless. It was a bit of a sticky one for them, but that's okay. They're going to be defending here against YFP on Ascent, a map that is just, to me, the fundamentals of first person shooters. All in all, YFP, again, guys, a name that you guys have heard here day in, day out. At this point, it's like drinking water. These guys are always next to us and they're always in every GLG event. And it's awesome yet again to see them here pushing the way to get qualified for our VAL-AM big fandango happening in the beginning of March.
And now we have again a map on Ascent, which we haven't seen in a while, right? Right, Strive?
No, Ascent has been we haven't seen it in a bit for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it together and not give it away, but I mean, yeah, it's whatever. It's okay. It's Ascent. We're getting to cast some games here. It's a Monday, guys. Just shake it off. Endless and I are just we okay. We have a little bit of love for certain maps. I can't sit here and deny it, but you guys make it hard for us, man. Like pick Icebox. I mean, that's okay. I'll take Icebox. Something, but that's okay. Ascent. Endless thoughts, predictions. What are you thinking here as we get into this? And I'm gonna mix it up here. I have this like thing where I just can't keep my glasses on today. My eyes are doing weird things. They're going cross-eyed behind us. I'm gonna go without glasses today. You guys get to see the strive in the wild. Let's go with that one. Predictions and thoughts. How do you feel this is gonna pan out here? And do you think Titan is gonna be able to bounce back after the loss in the upper side of the brackets?
Well, this is still the upper brackets. Titan hasn't lost yet, actually.
I
So
apologize. Yes, sorry.
yeah, they actually won the first map. So
They did.
I mean, we got to see Titan on this map already, and we know how aggressive they are, right? And they've made their opponents pay. So, but then again, we have YFP on the other hand that we've seen time and time again. So these are two teams that we're relatively familiar with now. I mean, Titan, we're still kind of fresh off their win earlier on, and they went along, and I think they ended up beating out Expandable, which is another team that we've seen quite a bit. But um, I can't say which team will win, but we definitely know that Titan will be aggressive, especially on their attacker side. But now this time is a little bit of change of scenery. We're going to see Titan on the defensive to start. So YFP has that initial, I guess, aggression that they can show and kind of pace along the entire map to see how it plays out and kind of scare Titan a little bit.
I'm curious how much scare factor is going to be in this. I mean, keep in mind here, guys, YFP is a team that has pretty much, or sorry, rather, was almost one of our Pit of Valor champs. They lost their last round. Sorry, they lost to last round save in the grand finals in their previous Pit of Valor, and they're a team that knows how to fight and rally. They know how to push back. I'm looking forward to seeing more on Ascent, more aggressive plays. I mean, we got to witness Titan pull out some really nifty jet activities on split that we just got to see, or buy and see. I'm doing it again. What playing split, people? Okay, you can see what's in the back of my mind, but the aggression that Titan was able to pull out in that map was just really nice to watch. They worked together as a team. They held the critical choke points like we always touch on, specifically the likes of Hookah and U-Haul respectively, and that was great for them. They were able to close it out, albeit a little bit tight, but nonetheless, it was a win. YFP is a team that is again no stranger to pushing in these matches, getting to the upper brackets where the competition gets really stiff. And for me, Ascent guys, we got to witness it again. Map number 1 was Ascent, so we're getting a little bit of a repeat. You guys have a good sense of what's to come, what kind of plays the different teams are going to be pulling out here. Are we going to see a bit of a rehash in terms of strats? I don't quite know, but what I can say is what worked out for the teams is when they're getting on sites is to commit, right? Getting the smokes out on B, blocking off market and CT and pushing right in. The jet dash proving to be amazing to get in there nice and quick and obviously shake up the defenders as they have to rotate over. And rightfully so onto A. I think it's critical before taking A is you have to be careful of the aggressive peek at long. So these types of nuances are critical. Adapting early is going to be great, but I think what I've noticed too, and Endless, maybe you can kind of echo the feelings, is the early pistol rounds are critical, and they really build up your momentum as you move ahead into the future rounds.
The beginning rounds, they are critical, right? Like you said, it's something that starts off and sets the pace throughout the match. And if YFP is able to get to that really big start off the gate, it kind of changes the playstyle of Titan, right? Especially if it really depends. It depends on how big the lead ends up getting if they're able to create a lead. And YFP, I mean, they just came out of an OT match win against Last Round Save, but I mean, it was on Ascent as well. So the lock-in's coming in really quickly. And I mean, everything seems pretty simple. Again, you have that Omen Brimstone difference again, but this time we got a breach on Apex compared to the Jet. And I don't want to ruin your day, Strive, but Titan just beat Expendables on Icebox.
Go ahead, just keep talking at this point. I that's fine. I didn't have to cast it. It's not like I've been asking for like 7 different events. Just put me on Icebox, coach. But it's
Hey,
okay.
I'm in the same
You know
boat
what?
as you, man. I
You do
wanted to
this, man.
cast some Icebox.
This is your match. I'm gonna go take a nap. I'll be right back. Catch me in 40. Maybe the next one. I'm kidding,
Out of
guys.
charges.
Loaded in, ready to go, and I'm looking forward to seeing if YFP can rally back against Titan coming off a dub here.
Alarm bot out.
And I mean, Titan did win 13-8 there in their last match, but it wasn't Ascent. Nonetheless, though, keep in mind Titan has played Ascent today already, so they've kind of started off in a good streak, and YFP had to battle out that last map, but they are fresh off of Ascent, so maybe that will make that difference. But to start off, YFP on the attacker side, making some noise outside A, but pretty common default here, not getting too aggressive, not giving away too much information. But I do notice Bomb is still down in spawn, and no one has picked that up just yet. So curious to see if that is part of their strategy or it's something that they just completely forgot to do. But it looks like it is, as the rotation is going to come off from their spawn to pick up the bomb and maybe default closer to B.
Yeah, I think it was part of the master plan. Indeed, as the spike is now picked up, and they are running their cute behinds over to B. And with 54 seconds left on this ticker, B is the play. They got to make a move, but 3 people posted up at A here on the defending side for Titan. They're going to have to lace it up as now the aggression is coming in. Look at that. Right away, they are rotating. No hesitation. Coming around as they are pushing heavily onto site. And let's see if they can continue to hold Muck here at the back and wait for the rotates and the team to join them.
With 2 of them in Boathouse. Able to get the initial 2, but instantly get traded off, and it brings it down to a 3v3 situation. But the health on the side of YFP is not good whatsoever. Charisma finally falls, and it leaves Kairos on a 3v1 situation with the frenzy in hand. So anything can still happen, but Bomb is down, and there's not going to be a real way for him to really get control of this. Gets that dink onto Caprage, but not enough. He has a frenzy as well, and able to secure that first opening round. 1-0 in lead of Titan.
Unfortunately, that positioning was not the best for YFP. They got left alone, and yeah, they got into sight, but unfortunately the spike was not there to join the Fandango. And now 1-0 for Titan. A great start, a commanding start, as Endless would say. Bringing up a good lead for them. I'm hoping they can carry the momentum through. And looking at the screens, or the financials, YFP, per usual Valorant status quo is saving, and they're gonna have to hold on to their cash here for the next round. Maybe get some picks and hopefully make use of their classics and such. As Coach Endless would say, make sure they get good value.
Most definitely Strive, and getting that value, especially being on the save, it's so crucial. Getting some guns down. But look at Spencer aggressing, but doesn't connect. And now Apex able to get him down, and now they have a Spectre to work with. Here's the play. They got that opening pick. Now they're going to recycle the gun, and they're coming up short. But Caprage has something to say with that Ares in hand. Gets that kill through the wall, but they did give up A, so it is a 4-on-4 situation. Yum, already in heaven, but this is a good positioning. I don't think they're expecting him, but he's able to connect, get that Ares down, does not pick it up. And now Gozo taking his spot. And they're gonna be able to hold this post plant, it seems.
It seems they will, unless Gozo has a thing or two to say about it. Taking out Yum there, and they're going to be swinging out onto Hell. Gozo, one more in the books here as Charisma.
Woo!
Trying to hold the crossfire. Gozo swinging big with the classic, and now it's up to Kyrus, who is sneaking his way around, but it's too little too late. He's got 22 HP, and Shady has 2 words to say about that. Taking him out, bringing home another round for Titan Esports.
That was close. That round could have gone either way. I mean, they got the 2 opening picks they wanted. But unfortunately, there's a man named Gozo on the side of Titan Esports, and we've seen him pop off in the first game, and now he's continuing that trend. Up 4 in a 4-1 score and a 2-0 lead. I mean, he's starting off strong once again.
Coming out swinging as the Breach trying to make an impact here onto A, pushing through. They're going to aggress here, but Charisma is revealed. Door is closing. Is Spencer going to take a nice quick sheriff pick onto Apex as well? They're going to push right onto A here. No fear whatsoever. Swinging. Yum is backed by his teammates. One onto Spencer as Caprage here, pinned in sight, trying to get the no-scope there with the Marshall. Unable to connect as Maza answering back big, and Charisma going to put that down. A last 4 versus 3 retake for YFP, or hold rather. And let's see if they can continue. Yum. Lawn chair is out and about in his own smoke. He's vibing, waiting. I love this angle, by the way. Really slippery. Can he catch a connection? Yes, he can, Endless. Amazing job by Yum.
That was what I was wondering. With the waviness of that smoke, Yum was staring at Garden for a good amount of time, but finally spots the head, taps it, and they're going to be able to secure that round. Finally, they're on the scoreboard. 2-1 lead in favor of Titan, but they still have full guns. So despite losing 2 people that round, they're still able to buy this round to kind of force Titan in a bad spot.
We've been seeing Gozo really making use of that turret, placing it at mid there to hold the market push, giving the B team a little bit of TLC without really having to be there. And, you know, being in the position that he is in Cubby, that turret stays active as far as I can see. So that's really good positioning, as looking like YFP in a position to aggress onto A heavily. The dash coming through. Spencer cannot see past the front of his hands there as he is concussed. Still connecting a kill onto Charisma as Caprage here. Absolutely full rate Charles. Getting aggressed, and now numbers in favor of YFP on the attackers, getting into sight, door closing, and they're going to be putting that spike down. Is up to Shady and Jet to retake this.
This is a very, I guess, traditional round for YFP, getting into that site, getting that bomb down, and as we saw in the past matchup, Titan likes to play that retake. So if YFP is able to take advantage of that and play their post plant properly, they should have a really good advantage here. And here comes the defuse. Does anyone know he's on bomb? Someone check it. Apex finally able to secure that round there, and I mean, very well played post plan, and they even it up 2-2.
2-2, feeling nice, feeling fine. A good rally all across the board. I like it when it's evened up nice and early in the games. Gives us a glimmer of hope. And looking at the situation now, YFP is well-funded, well-equipped in terms of weaponry. And but you know what? Never dismiss the likes of the Sheriff on Gozo and Shady. And of course, the Bucky as well. Great for close angles. It's all about making use of the weaponry and capitalizing on what it brings. As the quick paranoia out, Shady cannot see a single thing, and they're pushing in. Kyrus is all over Shady as he's trying to get into sight, and they are well positioned on B. And look at the 4-person rotate here. This is a great opportunity for YFP to hold.
That's what you hate about save rounds, is when they close those doors. You know, wasting so many bullets coming from most likely a classic just to break it down, and that just gives away your positioning, and it just wastes a lot of time. And just like that, YFP, perfect play coming in, being able to take control of that B site with the paranoia coming in, and then the jet dash. I mean, Kyrus utilizing that judge, brings it down 4v1 and now 4-0. Maza able to clean up that round, and the only person that died was their jet, which Kyrus only had a judge, so that was a very, very good buy.
Okay, let's correct yourself there. It's about value, okay? For value, the man with the least expensive weapon dice. So the value there, amazing, incredible. Banker endless here. No longer coach endless, banker endless. So 3-2, YFP, a great hold, only losing one body as well. They must be feeling pretty nice about that, but now they're going to be met with the resistance of the jet operator diff. So let's see. Playing the usual angle that we're used to seeing, and he cannot see a single thing beside a blue bubble. And ooh, a little peek and a run away real quick.
He does spot one, and luckily was able to fall off. But you can see they're working towards a little A split here. Coming up short already, clearing that tree room, which Caprosh gets spotted. But here comes the rolling thunder. Apex flashing his team in. But Spencer still lurking in sight, but will they expect that? They haven't executed long A yet, so I don't know if Spencer was supposed to be peeking there. Kyrus able to clear that whole section off, gets that heaven control slightly, and now falls off, but he doesn't expect Capraj to be already crossed. Now, 4v2 situation. It's a very difficult round here for Titan, and based off of how YFP has been holding the post plants, it should be their round to secure.
It should be, and Capraj has a thing or two to say before giving that up. Getting a quick, clean shot onto Apex, and now he cannot see beyond his forehead as Kyrus to lace up a 4K there to bring it home. And YFP 4-2 lead. A great lead at that to start it off. And, I mean, despite Charisma's lackluster beginning 0-4, I mean, shake it off here, Charisma. We have faith, but they're still doing a lot of work and bringing home rounds, which is great. And on the attacker side, I will commend YFP on their teamwork. They are working together. They're getting onto sites, and most importantly, they're swinging and shooting at the same time, which really creates a big kerfuffle for Titan because they just can't focus their energy on one teammate.
And this is where Titan really has to sit back and think, is playing the retake working? Because, I mean, after winning the first 2 rounds, we've lost 4 straight, and now we're on an eco once again. So is it working, or should we switch up the style? Because it seems like YFP has kind of gotten a hang of how Titan has been playing it. They notice that they're giving up sights, and Apex starting off that round with that big pick onto Spencer. And now, I mean, the rotations are starting to shift over a little bit. They hear some noises mid, but then there's Jet, knives out, able to even it out. Still 4-on-4 situation, and they're looking to come towards short, and Gozo still here, ready to contest, unable to really get anything. And now, again, A site's completely open. They're playing for the retake.
And Brimstone to make an attempt here. Shady to take out Charisma as well. And Gozo answering with that nasty sheriff shot as well. Numbers now in favor of Titan. First round and a couple that they're in a position that they can defend and hold this off. And let's see what YFP decides to do. Putting the spike down as Jet is ready. Knives out. Gonna send 1, 2, 3. Unable to get Maza answering back before Jet can connect a single knife as well. Lockdown is accounted for. Maza gonna try and send out the Hunter's Fury to hopefully eliminate some players from the field. Unable to do so as they're swinging Capraj here. Gonna make an attempt. Maza is detained. And it's all up to Apex, who's just gonna try and hold it off here until they can get and peek that spike together.
And here comes that Molly. Molly's the bomb off, but I mean, didn't that come from their own Brim?
Yeah, hello? Okay, well then.
That was very weird. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I mean, there's a lot of smokes going on, but it looked like the Molly failed and bounced onto the bomb.
Yeah, that had to have happened given the fact there's only one Brimstone in this game. So, big unfortunate, as a good friend would say. 5-2 YFP managing to hold it off despite the detain and bringing it home, which is marvelous. And the aggressive angle, what is that turret looking at? Okay, there we go. I think it was just thinking about its own existence.
Got the Howl drones coming up at long A here, both detecting each other, but no one else. But they do know both Sovas are close. And here comes the recon. Unable to spot anyone as it's destroyed instantly, but look at this angle that Jet was holding with the operator. Unable to connect, and here comes that attacker Killjoy. Finally, it's time for YFP to execute with that lockdown, but now they're adding some pressure onto Spencer, and Maza able to open that pick up, and now it kind of makes the defensive side of Titan hesitate. Are they going A or are they going towards that B site, which the lockdown was just activated on?
I think they read the fake pretty well, considering that it's faded now. They would have had to make a play off of it and at least get onto site before it fades. And you can see now it's up to the likes of Capraj and Heaven to hold that off as YFP is pushing heavily onto A site. They're going to clear out Hell as well, and Maza going to tap it and make a decision here as to where he wants to put it down, as the Hunter's Fury is there trying to pick it up. 1 and 2, Capraj answering onto his counterpart Maza, and 4 versus 4 now with a breach and not too good of a health position. Let's see what Yum decides to do here, sitting in his smoke and holding for the retake.
I like that aggressive play, and now they have a full crossfire coming out of this garden, and 2 on the right side, 1 on the left, but Gozo able to get that initial pick onto Charisma, and now it leaves 3 people on the side of Titan. But here comes that Rolling Thunder. The Jet Dash is coming across, and oh my goodness, that Rolling Thunder made that deciding factor as it hit all 3 of them. And it works out in YFP's favor. They're going up 6-2.
I love watching Breach on Ascent, unless we get a nice replay of that as well to tidy this up here in freeze time. But you can see here, the difference of Breach is absolutely fantastic. The clear out there at Wine was so well positioned and well played. I really like the usage on that. And you can see here, they get onto site so nicely as Kyra swings with the 1 and 2, and Apex connecting as well after the Rolling Thunder to bring it home. Really well done, and obviously Breach here making a huge impact on Ascent.
Now you have Titan on that defensive side, but on that light buy / save once again. And they honestly need to start stringing along some rounds. This is the defensive side. I mean, they need to make use of that, but playing that retake is not helping. But Spencer able to open up that round, but gets traded down. Apex and Kairos opening up that round back up, and now they have a 4-3 numbers advantage. All they really need to do is group up, which they are, towards that A site, and it looks like they're going to be doing a split towards A.
I like the choice. Unfortunately, Spencer couldn't figure out whether to look left, right, up, down, sideways, or, you know, in his own back pocket there. He was getting a shot up, but Capraj making use of the Bucky power with the 1 and 2, holding the tight angles, doing what he does best with that Bucky, and using the gun for what it's worth, actually. And he's trying to connect something underneath that door before it gets destroyed, and Apex is ready up, but decides to look away at just the odd time. Drone out as well. Spike being put down. Now 1 and 2 as they're swinging, as Maza getting absolutely eliminated as the smoke blocks off Apex, and now he's got to play for a bomb defuse here. But that's going to be kind of hard when you got a Jet throwing smokes at your forehead.
It definitely is difficult, and the way they've played this, very well done. I mean, you saw Capraj with that shotgun, that Bucky close range, and that's always something you have to worry about on a light buy. And I mean, able to make YFP pay with the close angles and the close pushes. And the way they just played that retake, they isolated. I mean, yeah, they kind of forced one of the Titan members to go towards the long and wine, which then smoked off, and the other guy got isolated, stuck in sight. So it makes it a very difficult situation, but it was very well played and executed by Titan.
I like how Titan worked together there, Endless on the retake. It wasn't 2 people peeking, giving potential to get traded out, or both taken right away. It was a peek and swing together as the attention was focused on the diffuser. So really good job here. Maza has the drone, or sorry, the dart available to recon in. Gonna reveal, but Kairos answering, judge in hand, a little bit of shotgun action as well onto Jet. And now numbers evened up. They're gonna keep pushing onto B as the rotates are coming here from the spawn area and market respectfully. Good position to hold, but it's all about how they can take it back here, and if YFP can hold this off.
And once again, Titan forced to play that retake, losing that initial pick onto the B site, which opens the entire site up for YFP. And they're taking a crazy amount of control of that right now. And you can see Maza still in that B main, getting one with that reveal, but gets sprayed down by Capraj. And now down to a 2v3. Capraj unable to, but Gozo still alive in a 1v1 situation. Has no idea Kairos is still in Boathouse, and I mean, luckily Kairos able to hold on.
Kairos held on heavily there with very little HP to his name, actually, and was able to close that out for YFP, bringing it to a 7-3 lead here. You can see the rally only leaving one room to breathe here out of the 7 in a row that YFP, or 7 rounds respectively, they've gotten here. Getting a nice whiff of that replay as Apex going to land that nice shot onto Kapraj and goes out to answer as well. But Kairos, again, coming out huge, playing a really good, patient game in the back of sight there.
That was good patience. Had they known Kairos was playing there, it would have been a very difficult situation. And Kairos trying to do the exact same thing that happened last round, but Shady and Jet are ready for it. But Yum says no. Despite dropping down to 46 health, he's able to get those 2 trades. You know, I mean, brings it down to a 3v3 situation. Still in the favor of Titan here due to the health, but I mean, they don't have the necessary guns to do so. So if Spencer's able to get close along someone with that Bucky, that'll be huge.
It would be fantastic. Again, Hunter's Fury to answer and destroy that lockdown right away. And it is out of this gameplay as Kapraj going to answer up to Yum, who took out Spencer respectively. Apex available as well, and Maza to connect the shot onto Kapraj in Boathouse to bring it home for YFP. 8-3. Endless. This is the correct time to use the word. A commanding first half, getting a beautiful 8 rounds and potentially a 9th as well. And Gozo is sticking to his guts. We've seen Yum, I think, a couple of rounds now get on the market control, rather get up there and destroy that turret right out of the gate. So you can see that definitely YFP is adapting to how Titan is setting up the map, especially on Killjoy, and it's showing here. 8-3 is a great, great pace to start out, and a potential for a 9-3 half. You couldn't ask for too much more if you're YFP Endless.
Definitely, more like most definitely Strive. I mean, that last round, Maza really held it together with the proper Hunter's Fury coming in, and that recon dart really saved their retake and prevented Titan to really be able to do anything with the reveals coming in. And, that entire wall being fully spammable, I mean, with 2 people fully aiming at you, no chance to survive that, right?
Not too much of a chance at all. It's Kapraj. Hunter's Fury on Maza. It seems like Kapraj has it out for Maza. Most of those Hunter's Furies have been landing on him, poor guy, but a shock dart as well to get Omen. And here's the Rolling Thunder Endless, your favorite utility, as we always point out. Yum, 1 and 2, swinging with it, and a third onto Gozo, as the Brimstone Slamma-Jamma coming out to hopefully block it off, but unable to do so as Titan gets absolutely demolished by YFP there.
Winning the half 9-3. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Titan won the half 9-3 the first time around against D2E. And it looks like the reverse treatment has shown up. And YFP takes this half in extraordinary fashion. And I mean, if they're going to be able to win this pistol, Titan's going to be kind of scurrying around. And I don't know. I don't want to count them out just yet. I think anything can happen, and we saw D2E almost came back as well, but Titan really needs these opening rounds on this attacker side to build that momentum back.
They do. They need at least a 2 to 3 consecutive rounds, ideally, to build some confidence and close up the gap a little bit, give them some room to breathe, especially if they lose a couple rounds. But Charisma here in a position to put down alarm bot. Gonna swing it to 1 and 2 people. Why? Charisma getting taken out by Shady, and Apex now in a position to flash and defend. I do like YFP's decision to play off of Apex more. They've been using the Rolling Thunder, the flashes respectively to take sites, which is critical when you have a breach. You can, in succession, rapid succession, give you a bunch of blinds there. And they're grouping up towards B, but a huge fake potential with the Brimstone as well, who has such a big radius on the smokes, as Kairos answering on short, as, I mean, Jet clearly doesn't see what a smoke is.
Now, I mean, down to a 4v3 situation in the favor of Titan, and you have Yum that is extremely, extremely hurt. Apex trying to make something happen, gets spotted by the turret and has no choice but to fall off, but here comes that dart. Yum finally getting able to take out that Jet, but Gozo always there to support his teammate. Brings it back down to a 3v2 situation, but Maza in the right place at the right time, getting the bomber down, but there's still 25 seconds. Apex able to turn that around as well, and somehow Titan just threw that round away.
all the stars aligned there, and the timing was just so well done from Apex there. Frenzy meta is live and strong, guys. Forget any kind of nerf that Riot threw at this gun. It's still booming, and obviously Apex showing what the true colors is all about. Spectre in hand now. Gun position right now for YFP as well. Very good. Spectre's top to bottom, full armor, top to bottom. And let's see if Titan can hold on. I foresee a bit of trouble here in this round. They're going to have to save big and come back for the cleanup with only 2 rounds left if they lose this one.
You know what I just noticed? YFP is up 10-3, and Charisma is still 0 for 10. He hasn't shown up just yet.
Don't worry, it's in the works. Have faith, okay? Unless it takes some time. The Steam engine is warming up, and this might be the chance here as they are pushing onto A. Spike going down with 1:14 left on the clock. No chill whatsoever from YFP, or rather Titan, getting onto site, and maybe this is the change of pace that they need. Here are the shock darts with the 1 and 2. No one's there to answer though, and it's up to YFP to defend here and see if they can retake.
We got Yum here on the flank already, able to take out Caprage, and that leaves 2 of Titan Esports members stuck in sight, but Kairos able to come in, clean up that round. They call him the cleanup crew, all by himself, and I mean, they're going to advance this lead to an 11-3, and they're only 1 round away from match point.
Feeling good, feeling strong. I mean, at this point, if you're YFP, you must be feeling really happy about yourself. And, you know, let's look at the situation aside, right? Charisma is not having the sharpest day, but the rounds are obviously panning out in their favor. I think they are... It looked like... I thought they were going to take a pause there for a second. I saw some things going off in chat, but that timer's ticking down. We're going to keep on pressing ahead. Titan, 3 rounds to their name, are now in a gun or an advantage with bigger weaponry. They need this endless. At this point, it's very difficult to rally back.
They need every single round from here on out, and I mean, the biggest thing you don't want as a team is to be, you know, have your backs up against the wall on match point. I mean, you want a little bit of breathing room just in case you have a small mistake that, I mean, could turn around the outcome. But I mean, right now, YFP, they're not getting overly aggressive. They're still playing relatively disciplined, and that's what I like to see. They're not getting too overconfident. They know that teams at this level can always come back from a game, so they're minimizing their mistakes at this point.
Patience is a virtue when things get tight. Opening up a pick and playing a default sometimes is the right thing to do and fall back on. And we're seeing that here from Titan. They're being patient as the alarm bot gonna say, hello, how are you in B main. Flash is coming out. This is just gonna be looks like a fake here from Spencer, who's gonna try and pull a rotate, but doesn't look like they're really falling for the bait. I think they're gonna regroup for the B take, Endless.
It definitely looks like it, and I mean, having the Reyna lurk towards the mid on this rotation, he's going to be able to cut off some rotations towards that market. And Charisma in Boathouse along with their breach, and here's going to come the flashes to be able to help this take, and Charisma able to pop out with that stinger. Unfortunately gets traded out by Caprage, but Yum again out of nowhere coming in to clean up the round. And now 1 match away from the upper bracket finals. Can YFP close it out right here?
I think they very well can, and Yum, being the Dyson vacuum that it is, coming up, sweeping the floor, vacuuming, like you said, everything up there, and making quick work of Titan, bringing us to a 1 round left to win it up, wow, close it up for YFP, bring home the big dub that they've been pushing for so hard and have been, you know, really making themselves heard here. I mean, 12-3 is no joke, Endless, especially on a map like Ascent. They have not left any breathing room for Titan.
No joke at all, and on top of that, YFP is on a full buy. Meanwhile, Titan has to force. They have light armor, they have some guns, but will it be enough to hold this barrage of a take? And once again, I mean, Kairos starting up, getting that pick, and I mean, no one else is trying to attack site at the same time, so I don't know what's happening. I think there's some sort of miscommunication, but Maza able to bring it down as well, getting that second pick, and sure, they have that A site, but right now YFP is able to play this retake really well.
YFP has 2 bodies over Titan. This is going to be a bit of a troubling situation. I think Titan's going to have a hard time holding off the retake, especially given the numbers. We've seen the likes of Yum so strong at swinging and working with this team, and they're absolutely fearless on the retakes. And there's one right away, and 2 from Yum. Yum is just stepping it up tonight here as Gozo to answer back, but they know he's in hell with no HP. Swinging Yum for the 3K. This guy is an absolute animal, Endless. And the defuse and the GGs come out in chat. 13-3. YFP have shown up big. I mean, wow, look at me for a second here, guys.
You
if
look
you
like
guys,
a panda right now.
I am coming to you live from Perseverance on Mars. That's where I am right now. Yeah, okay, production's gonna refresh me here, guys. Hey, we're back on Earth. Welcome. So 13-3, YFP against Titan. A good matchup. A little bit of a tough one, I'd say. A little bit might be an understatement, actually, as Titan face a steep hill, almost a 90-degree incline at that. What are your thoughts, Endless? I think for me, I'll just say YFP just was one level up. I mean, looking at Yum, he just popped off. He was there for the 3Ks. To me, every time I looked at the guy, he was getting a 3K. He was just supporting. He was absolutely fearless. And I think for me, just their composition was just that much better.
Most definitely, Strive, and the biggest thing too. I mean, I think it's safe to say that YFP took the commanding lead and they never looked back once. But I have an idea as to why that might be the case. Now, YFP, they started off a little bit slower, but you know what they have in their back pocket? I mean, they've participated in GLG tournaments and our VAL-AM here as well. I mean, they're very, very familiar with our sponsors. I mean, sure, Hyperspace Dark sponsored this qualifier, but they still know about our other sponsor, right? Drain Control, GLG 10.
Hello?
I mean, it's a meal replacement. It gives you that energy, and they came in, showed Titan what's up, and flaunted their drink controls. And I mean, I don't know what type of flavor they had, but whatever they had, it worked well. And I mean, production's trying to say they had cinnamon toast. I'm not sure. Maybe that's the case, but keep that a secret, YFP. Keep it up. But we'll be back after this short break with more VAL-AM, which is our 3rd qualifier, sponsored by Hyperspace Dark. We apologize for that huge delay, but we are back with more VAL-AM sponsored by Hyperspace Dark. And I don't know if you're ready, Strive, but do you see the map we're finally going to be able to cast?
Okay, I'm just silently cheering myself on there. I'm excited, guys. Finally, the Valorant GLG angels are speaking to us, and we're gonna be casting some Icebox. Able Esports versus Illusion Gaming. Two teams, familiar names, familiar players, and a new-ish map for GLG. Something we haven't seen too much of here. Able defending is the word on the street, analysts. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking prediction wise? I am definitely looking out for the likes of Illusion Gaming. They have made an imprint, in my mind, at least in their previous matchups. But let's not dismiss Able Esports, a very talented roster as well, filled with a lot of swift players. So I'm expecting this to be a really good matchup. But my Spidey sensors are saying Illusion's going to put up a good battle, and I'm kind of teetering towards them.
I mean, I'm teetering towards both teams. I mean, both of them have fought their way throughout the brackets all the way till this matchup. So, I mean, super excited to see Icebox. I mean, what I'm looking forward to is seeing snow. I mean, sure, I can look at it outside my window, but the ideal thing is looking at it in game. As long as it's virtual, we don't have to really shovel it. You know what I mean? So, being able to see this snow here and seeing a little bit of a change of scenery, a change of season, to be honest, and being able to see Able potentially win this one. I mean, they still have their next qualifier as well. If they don't, I mean, loser of this matchup will be sent home for the night. But not to mention, Able is also sponsoring the next qualifier as well, so they'll have another chance regardless, to get that qualifying spot. And we're gonna jump into character selection here, or agent selection, and pretty even throughout. Good to see two Vipers finally on this map. I mean, that Viper wall does work wonders. Seeing that Sage as well on Fierce, being able to wall off that tube is a big factor. Both having jets, but I mean, right now you got more duelists on the side of Illusion. So that might be a coming factor, but at the same time, that Killjoy does tend to work a lot better on this map as well, with that lockdown, being able to force people off of sites. So I'm curious to see, if Eric is really going to continue on with Cypher here. What are your thoughts?
I think Cypher's the right play. I do love the Killjoy lockdown, like you said. Icebox is new to us, and I'm really excited to whip out the good old notebook here and take some notes from these guys. And Able, the French gang that knows how to make a difference. So, competition, composition aside, this Icebox is as you guys know, a lot of verticality, and you're gonna have to be flexible in how you peak, where you peak, and there's a lot of plan options, especially. And I think it's an interesting map. It can get kind of frustrating sometimes when you're trying to defend. I'm not going to deny. When you're holding on this map, at least whenever I play, my life story is just getting absolutely slammed at A, round in, round out, and it's just so hard to hold it. And on top of that, really to retake, what do you have? You have two small entranceways up in heaven and down below at screens, so it's kind of tough to get back in. And I mean, B on its own, I prefer B, to be honest with you. I really like it, but again, it's very easy to block off the key choke points towards Snowman. I could go on and on about all the different potentials here. I'm just looking forward to seeing the likes, some familiar faces here: Zim, Carno, Hyroom, Bandito, and Papa Cole. Papa Cole is a traditional Silva player I've seen in the past, but Volcan yet again on the Jet, and Eric on the Cypher. This is going to be really nice to see.
This is one of those maps as well. I mean, A would be the easier site to kind of take that early control of, but it's the post plants and actually getting into the site that's more difficult. Meanwhile, B is one of those sites where it's harder to get into, but once you get control of that long B, you have full control of site, and that's an easier thing to kind of take. So right off the bat, Able holding down this A site and Illusion, they're just dropping like flies. I mean, Volcan getting opening 3 kills, but Carnal still has something to say, getting the 2, but with only 10 health left in a 3v1 situation, and SML already spotted him on the ropes. And Carno able to get that one Sheriff as well on top of SML, despite knowing where he was. And now the turret has spotted Fierce. So now it brings it down to a 2v1 situation. Carno essentially knows where they are, but will he walk into this? And will Fierce be able to finish this off? With only 30 seconds left, this is a pretty standstill moment. I mean, Fierce not gambling too much, not getting too much information, but now slowly working his way up towards heaven. And you got Cardinal lurking into sight, but finally falls to Eric. And I mean, that was a much closer round than necessary, wouldn't you say?
I'd say so. A little bit too close for comfort. Eric's patience definitely paid off there, playing it smart on A, and unfortunately, Carno was in a position with very little HP to his name as well. So, tough round. Again, too close for comfort, but Able Esports, round 1 in their back pockets on Icebox, ladies and gentlemen. Put this one in your GLG history books. Remember, in 20 years, we're going to talk about this one, let me tell you.
Icebox might not even be a map by then. It'll probably be removed off the rotation because no one ever wants to play it. But I mean, I mean, we'll take what we can get, right? I mean, finally, we're able to see this. And now you see Illusions trying to get fast into that B. I mean, entering that B choke is a little bit harder to do so. But once, like I said, once you get that control, and Carno opens up the round onto Wait with that 1D once again. But Eric follows up with 2 kills, able to slow down their aggression. And now it's down to a 3v2 situation, which is pretty good value on the side of Illusion. Able to get 2 players down, but finally SML closing that round by killing Bandito. And now it's a 2-0 early start by Able, but here we go. We got the full buy coming up from Illusion.
The round they've been waiting for, Illusion, the chance, wowza, the chance to bounce back here. What is going on with my inability to English recently? I don't know. I'm too cooped up at home. Illusion has a chance here to get around here at least with some firepower. But look at Vulcan there, fearless round 3 operator. I am hoping that he does not lose that, because that would just absolutely suck to lose that $5,000 investment right out of the gate. Let's see if they can hold it off as they're pushing A what looks like to be very quickly.
Yeah, this operator buy is definitely a choice, but Vulcan able to take advantage of that early on, getting that initial pick onto Hyrule as well, but finally gets taken out by Bandito. But right away, Wait is able to trade that off, and they're going to be able to secure the op for this round going into the rotation. And I mean, they just got bomb. They're finally starting to work their way towards that A site still, but Wait is still there. Still able to hold this control.
Taking his time, no rush at all here as Illusion has to make a move. They are the attackers with 2 people up. Abel's in a position to hold his weight, answering onto Carno, leaving it all up to poor old Zemon Rays there. Vandal in hand, he's going to try and swing, but gets spotted out.
Ooh.
Connecting real quickly onto Fierce 1, now in a 2v1 position. Can he get one more? Spraying, yes he can with the French jiggle. Gonna satchel away, and he turns his back thinking he's getting flanked, but Eric is there to clean house on Zim. 3 rounds again, tight, but Able Esports holding on, Endless.
That was huge. Now Illusion is completely broke, or as the French Canadians would like to say, le broke. And look, they still have that operator up. They still have their Vandals. They still have that Spectre. Their economy is going to be looking pretty good.
The economy is in a great position, and looking down the scoreboard, I mean, Vulcan yet again has has an operator still in hand, feeling good with 2,700 in his back pocket as well, and big fat bonus guns here for Illusion. Gonna have to play it smart and turtle this round.
It's going to be a heavy A take as all 5 players on the side of Illusion will be towards the A site, but right off the bat, Zim, Bandito opening up the round, and oh my goodness, Carno again with that Sheriff. Just able to make things happen. Drops it down. Carno again! Able to bring it down to a 4v1. And I mean, Vulcan again with this operator needs to try to save this gun. And they're going to try to prevent him to do so.
Taking it slow and easy here. Vulcan, no HP to his name. I apologize. And 4 enemies to kill as Bandito, their crosshair placement at the head level, going to take him out, bring in another round, or rather the first round for Illusion, alas, with big weaponry. Actually, wait, no, I lied. That was an eco endless.
That was an eco. I mean, that was
Mamma
a
mia.
that was a light buy for them, and I mean, their specters and stingers came to play, and I mean, Carno and his sheriff has definitely come to play as we've seen round after round. I mean, it's only 4 rounds in. I don't think Carno has gotten another kill aside from using a sheriff.
No, I mean, just give the guy a sheriff full time. He doesn't need anything else. Just block him from buying other weaponry. Sky gonna flash in here as they hear that orb getting picked up. Cardinal 1, 2, and 3 to his name. He doesn't need a sheriff at all. A fierce one finally gonna answer, shut him down, and put him out of his misery, or rather his glory. And they're gonna get onto A nice and quick with a number advantage. Is able with 2 individuals up, has to defend this as they're gonna put that spike down without any problems whatsoever.
That is just the scenario right now. Carno really opening up rounds for his team. Just getting 3 kills just by a spray down. And that just opens up that round. And it puts Abel in a 2v3 situation on this retake, which does not seem likely. Bomb is down. Fierce is here, but he does have the res. But will he use it? It doesn't seem like the case. Able to do some damage, but Zeem, the little bait and switch, able to peek out, get that trade, and all down to SML now with nothing but a frenzy. Unable to connect, and Hyrule clean up that round, and just like that, Illusion back in this game. Abel only up 3-2 now.
A dream and then some is Illusion feeling good, picking up 2 rounds here after a bit of a tight start against Abel, who came out swinging with big weaponry right out of the gate. And look at the finances now here on Abel Esports. This could very well be their last buy before being able to, or being forced to save and rebuy again. Eric posting up here on B, getting all of his cages and wires ready to rumble. If Illusion's able to clean this round up, they're going to be able to hopefully rally and get another one. But let's see what they make of it. I have hopes for Abel here. They just got to learn a little bit about how Illusion is playing and adapt.
And now you see Vulcan back on this operator, able to get that opening pick onto Zeem, which is much needed. And now SML alt activated, and now you got a whole world of fury if you're trying to enter this site, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult, and it's kind of forcing Illusion to kind of hesitate slightly. But SML, will he be able to get any on this entry as they are jumping up, boosting up, and now the Killjoy lockdown is activated, which will force SML to either aggress or fall off completely, as he will be tagged in here unless the Hunter Fury, which comes in clutch, and it does. And now Illusion, I mean, unable to force that Viper out, they're forced to rotate here.
Yeah, SML has done a great job there blocking off. And Viper, we talked about this endless, you and I, with some other individuals before. Viper, a heavily underplayed agent, I think so. High skill cap, and no one's really fully adapted to the use of it. SML is using that ultimate to his advantage. Unfortunately, Bandito connecting there. Vulcan, unable to connect there. Glitch pop up in hand, and they're going to be pushing through A from screens. They know exactly where Vulcan is. It's just a matter of, can he capitalize here in a 3v3 situation?
And now you still got Bandito with this operator, and we've seen Bandito, especially on Haven, with this operator, and it's not a pretty sight for Abel, as he's been able to make some impact frags happen. But Vulcan still has that operator. Wait, dropping into sight. Now it's their turn to try to counter this Viper, which they get him tagged, but Hyrule able to get the initial one first. But wait, and Vulcan simultaneously kills and just wins back that round, and they're able to advance their lead to a 4-2 here.
I appreciate the patience of Vulcan, not getting too greedy there on the retake. Patience is a virtue here on retakes, understanding how to work with your teammate, and of course, landing your shots. I am so happy he's holding on to that $5,000 investment. That's a big chunk of change, and you need your jet to make impact kills, get in and get out nice and quick, and Vulcan is doing just that. Endless. So far, Abel has been working well together, stringing together some really strong rounds, and Illusion in a good place to battle back. I'm just not seeing Papa Cold diff. I mean, we've seen him pop off so much, but right now, not doing too well on the Sky.
Not indeed, and I mean, Fierce now with a Marshall, gonna try to make something happen. Does spot the gun of the Sky on Illusion, but now they're gonna start walling stuff off, slowing it, They're just adding a little bit of delay, but do they know Zeem is already up close? And Bendito starting off by opening up the round with that perfect shot. And now Abel has forced to kind of leave sight and play for the retake as Illusion has complete sight control. And now I wonder if they're going to continue aggressing to gain more.
Let us see if they can. Vulcan to answer back there onto Carno, and SML one onto Papa Cola as well. Numbers are evened up across the board. Here is the showstopper at last two, Bandito and Zeem. Can he connect in the corner? Yes, he can. Zeem wiggles around there, taking out SML, and now it is up to good old Vulcan and his operator, and he's gonna lace his Jordans up and run away as to not lose that gun.
That is definitely the best choice. I mean, he can't really afford to lose this gun right now. And the people on Illusion, they're starting to hunt as they're all leaving A, exiting towards the spawn. But looks like they're just going to play it safe. They're not going to get too aggressive. They know that Vulcan has that operator in hand, so they don't want to be walking into any angles. And they're able to bring this back 4-3 here. I mean, on the attacker side, this is a slightly more defensive-sided map. So 3 rounds already, despite only having 7 rounds being played so far, is pretty respectable to start.
It is very respectable, and they should be really proud of that. Taking it slow. I mean, Icebox is an interesting map. To me, it's been one of those tricky ones to put a sidedness on it. And Able Esports, 4 rounds here to start off with is really, really good. And I'd say it's tough to defend this map, Endless, when you're getting aggressed onto a site. And given just how close proximity really it is to get from, let's say, mid to A and then go under tube and pinch B. But Vulcan here, before we get any further ahead of ourselves, aggressing, great decision there, dashing out, gets his pick and leaves, rightfully so. Great discipline by him as to not press, considering there could be enemies above him. And I think A seems to be the recipe here for Illusion as they're repeating history. Vulcan answering with another one onto Bandito as well. Getting Paycan, but he gets away nice and clean. Can he connect on this guy? Alt he does, and he's in a position now to defend as he gets swung here. Pre-fire, unable to make it happen.
And that was a huge 2 picks that Vulcan was able to start off with. I mean, getting Bendito down, which has been the catalyst of their defense right now, because he's been opening up a lot of picks on that attacker side. And Hyrule able to take out Fierce, which leaves it down to a 2v3 retake here. But Zeem already close up towards that spawn, but SML able to check that out. I think there's some sort of a miscommunication there. They weren't expecting it, but Hyrule still in sight, which now SML knows exactly where he is in a 1v1 situation. Not a lot of time here. Hyrule gonna be able to flank him and finish off that round.
Hyrule doing great work here, taking out SML. A much needed round for Illusion to even it up. And this is turning out to be a joust and then some on Icebox so far. Able Esports is getting a run for their money for sure. A lot of back and forth rounds as well, and I'm liking the gameplay all around. I'm liking the evenness, and this is what Icebox has brought to Valorant, is a different play style, a different type of map, which kind of tilted some people when it first came out, but it's starting to grow on me. It's a good map to play, and it really pushes your skill set.
And you're right with that whole elevation aspect to this map. I mean, there's multiple different angles vertically, and that just makes a huge difference in the aspect of peeking angles, like you're saying. Peeking into A, there's so many different things to watch. For example, this angle that Vulcan's about to peek, he could be down on the bottom, but there could also be up at heaven. Now, I mean, despite he was able to get that opening pick, he did take a lot of damage, and that's what this map kind of adds. As you can see, Illusion starting to get into that site. Hyrule with the 2 kills with that great spray transfer. Finally gets taken out by Wade, and Carno able to even that out, brings it to a 2v2 situation. And Zeem up close towards heaven, understands that one is on the steps there. And now they're just going to be able to hold for this post plant. They have bomb down, it is planted, and they can just play safe.
They got to take their time here as the hold off from Illusion is going to be important. They have a Killjoy and not too a great health situation as Fierce One using the resurrection. What am I even saying anymore? Hello? As just like that, getting absolutely deleted, but Vulcan going to capitalize onto Zeem as well. And there is the Killjoy doing what Killjoy does best, but Vulcan uses his Mega Brain here, and he's going to stick that right till the end behind the box. They don't see him, and it's defused. Great job, and he dashes, and he's going to save the gun. On top of that, I like it. Vulcan confidence stick. I really, really like the play.
That was wall played, and I mean that swarm grenade just wasn't in the right spot. There was a little bit of a gap, and Vulcan was able to take advantage of that, get that defuse down as his teammate distracted him, and unfortunately Carno loses that round, but hey, saves his gun, adds to their economy, and if they are able to beat Able this round, it does actually start to break down their economy.
Let's see if they can continue the streak here, and Able can push on ahead as they are breaking the wall. Gonna get on to B site, but look at Fierce One here, who's gonna get his head blown off in about 2 seconds. Yeah, Bandito's right on top of him, absolutely slapping Fierce One, who had a Bucky for the close range, which was the right play, but not the best situation for him to be in, as they were on top. And Spike is now being planted, and let us see if they can retake Hyrule. One for himself and wait as well to connect, and so far Illusion Endless 2 bodies up, make that 3 bodies up, and just like that it's up to Wait, who had tried to Hunter's Fury but was unable to connect with anything big.
Illusion really just took that site right away. They didn't wait at all. Once they got that opening pick onto Fierce, they just exploded into site, and Able really didn't have an opportunity there. I mean, Wait able to get one with that Hunter's Fury, but unfortunately that just isn't enough. And when you have an entire team of Illusion just storming that site, there's not really much else you could do. And now look at Able's economy. They're completely broke. They have to save again, and this gives it another possibility for Illusions to take this lead.
I think they can definitely take it here and keep on running with it. 5 rounds. Look at this heavy aggression coming out onto A. Vulcan getting super aggressive, but absolutely getting demolished by Bandito. Picking up a clean 2K as well, and they're on site. Zeem is there. He's deep, and they're going to continue pressing as that spike is now being planted. And yeah, I don't know what Able's going to be able to string together here against 4 Illusion teammates. It's kind of a repeat of last round a little bit.
And like we started off saying, I mean, we don't get to see this map a lot. So traditionally speaking, we see a lot more of a defensive sided map on Icebox, but I feel like the meta has slightly changed. You know, the attacker's side is just getting a little bit better, especially with the customizations of the map. Just allowing it for it to be a lot more evenly matched in that sense. And I mean, right off the bat, you can see Illusion here starting off strong. 5, now almost 6 rounds after securing this one. And oh my goodness, SML. I told you, those French Deagles.
Like, there should be a French mode in this game whereby you can only buy a sheriff. And I think that would pop off that next game. Who needs escalation? I mean, just get French mode up in here. The sheriff meta is huge. I swear these guys just go in death matches and just do 700 sheriff kills a day. That's all they do. And here's the play.
Watch this back.
1, 2. I mean, that's a spicy meatball,
night.
guys. Night. Bye.
SML getting across, but instantly gets spotted by Zeem as he did satchel up there. But Vulcan able to get that trade off, and I mean, this is the final round, so all the ults you can expect to be used. As you can see, attacker lockdown coming in. They're trying to get into this A side, and Able has no choice but to fall off, play this retake. One player does get detained, but it gets baited into Fierce. And that's exactly what you want. Now, this time, they got 2 nades on that bomb. And brings it down to a 3v2, which is in Able's favor. So, as long as they play this together and clear that site properly, I don't see why they can't win this round.
I don't think so either. I do like this aggression, getting up close and personal on the flank there. Bacarno answering with a Vulcan there to support. Hyrule sending out the... Oh, mamma mia, that orb is so good. And look at this lineup here. He's going to block it out again for at least another 8 seconds or so as Jet's going to get on it. Health is ticking away, and that's not a good position to be in. Hyrule. That is what Viper is all about, guys. Like, you have to appreciate the people that are picking up, at least for me, agents that are not played so much. I mean, Hyrule. Big ups on picking up Viper and showing SML what's going on there with a 12-6 score.
Oh, that was perfect. I mean, having that orb come in, and it's just allowing his health to drop, and then that molly on top of it, unbelievable. That was really well played. Hyrule able to clutch out that round and take that first half 7-5, especially being on that attacker side. So if this map is still indeed more defensive sided, let's see how Illusion's going to be able to hold this streak and make Abel struggle on this attacking side.
Yeah, so far Hiron is trying to figure his life out here, and he finally gets that orb on top of the box. Settles on a good positioning here. He's going to send out a little bit of a situation to block off B. Getting tagged up down to 29, not the best way to start your round off, but that's okay. He's going to get away and hopefully post up for some support from his teammates. Is looking like a slow and steady round so far for Able Esports. Nothing too aggressive yet. Patience is a virtue. I think they're going to try and open up a pick, maybe sell a fake at B with the block off, and then go A. With a minute 12, the world is your oyster here, Endless.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're making a lot of presence towards that B site. And now look at the rotations coming in from Illusions, but the entire team is going towards A. So now they're going to have full control of site. I think Illusions finally realizing, oh, you know what? We just got faked. They trolled us, whatever it may be, but bomb's at A, so we're going to have to play this retake here.
Retake is the right decision to make. I mean, when you're getting aggressed so hard, and now Illusion is coming up for the retake as a team. I like how they're working, but look how heavily, posted up far back the Able team is here after planting that spike, and trades left, right, center as well. Zeem getting aggressive, and Volcan going to answer back, and now a 2v2 situation. But look at this Viper Orb debacle. It's so strong. SML going to repeat a little bit of history for himself and show Hyrule that he too knows how to play a Viper lineup for the retake. And is there something that we're missing, Endless? Is Viper and Icebox a thing? Do they go hand in hand?
I mean, we've never really seen that use of Viper until this map, and I mean the lineups definitely show that Viper works really well. I mean, that decay is just so powerful, and then on top of that, once that molly hits, there's not much you can do, right? The health just drops instantly. It's been dropping from the beginning, and once that decay hits, you're immediately at a disadvantage.
Yeah, you're in a bit of a pickle to say the least, but hey, let's put everything aside. Vulcan! I absolutely love it, and Fierce as well to connect with a 1 and 2. I love the usage of that wall. Gonna tap the Bulldog and then just dash away backwards to get to safety as he gets a second for himself. And Illusion with that mid-aggression, not the best decision in the books, but Zeem here is about to get curse splatted.
Zeem not expecting that Eric was still sitting there watching that flank, and just like that, the score is tied up. And can we possibly see an overtime on this amazing map of Icebox?
I think we can, and I'd be more than happy if you give me 22 overtimes. Because history tells me that I'm probably not going to see this map until I turn old and gray at the ripe age of 65. So 7-7 so far. Let's just keep playing this till I turn 65. That's going to be the play here, guys. Sit tight. We're not going anywhere for the next 40 something odd years. So I'm kidding. I like look at these Viper walls creating all these beautiful right angles. This is all sorts of savagery here. I love what Viper brings to the table in terms of utility and something different that we don't get to see too much of.
It definitely is, and very rarely do we even see a Viper to begin with, let alone two, and seeing one on each team, that's definitely a treat. Let alone this map as well. I mean, this entire match has just been a treat in general. Vulcan able to get into that site quick and take out Zeem, who was not expecting that whatsoever. And just like that, they have bomb planted. Abel already playing that post plant, again, falling back. So they're going to have to know that, okay, we got to get this jet down because we can't destroy that orb. And that decay is going to come into effect. But that's why Hyrule is on this flank. But not before he kills Eric, which now SML able to take advantage of that information. Takes him out, and it's down to Carno in a 1v4 with the Phantom up. So it looks like he's just going to fall off and save this gun.
Good decision by Carno. I mean, I applaud. It's tough. You want to go and press 7-7. You think you can get it and aggress, but sometimes it's not the right play whatsoever. And the save is the good choice. Just please do not peek Vulcan, who's watching under tube there, and he doesn't. So good job for him. Carno, I see you pretty close to someone. Okay. I got a little bit worried. That was a little bit too close. I don't want the guy to lose his gun. But 8-7, Endless, able getting a good take there onto A, getting that spike down and holding off respectfully, pushing Carno away. And now look at Vulcan there, 21-10. The op master himself, and cleaning up a couple nice kills with the Bulldog on that previous 2 rounds ago. And more Viper walls to add to your arsenal, guys. You guys better have your notebooks out here because I sure do.
The Viper walls make it very interesting to start, and that opening dart coming in, Vulcan already boosted up. Doesn't get that opportunity to trade, but Hyrule with a fantastic shot. Able to connect to SML with that Marshall. And off that bat, I mean, I like seeing that challenge. You know, the battle between the Jets, the battle between the Vipers, and Hyrule and SML definitely having a battle of their own right now. Eric and Wait able to start off, opening up that round 4-3 in possessions, and now SML is getting res, and it's going to be a 5v3 situation. Now, can Hyrule defuse, or at least get the bomb halfway? He gets an incredible kill on Eric, but Carno now coming in, drops down to a 2v2 lead. Carno able to even it out, 1v1, all down to Fierce, but Papa Cole shows up at the right moment and evens the game back up, 8-8.
Papa Cole finally taking a sip of his Kool-Aid and showing up, albeit a little bit late. 4-14, Papa Cole, we love you to bits. Thank you for bringing that sheriff to the game and waking it up here, getting around for Illusion, a much needed. I like what Carno did here. You can see the replay getting in there, at least getting SML and leaving it up to Papa Cole to connect the 1 sheriff to Fierce, 1 on Sage. 8-8. We are going to 29,000 overtimes. Let's go.
Now you see Bandito. He's essentially switched spots from Vulcan in this half. I mean, now he's defending that A site. He's going to be operating up top towards that heaven just to see if anyone's going to get cheeky and peek that off the bat. And unfortunately, doesn't connect to anyone. And it looks like the entire team of Able heading towards that B site with that split. And SML gets sprayed down by Zeem along with Vulcan through the smoke, which now Bandito able to open up that round as well even more and bring it to a 4v2 lead. And this is going to be a very hard take by Able here.
It's going to be difficult, but I have faith here. Papa Cole, I mean, Papa Cole, hello? Feeling great? 1 and 2? This guy's awake now. What was he doing before? Was he like wrapped up in a sleeping bag, just taking a nap? What's going on here? Papa Cole, I'm so happy to see you showing up here. 6-14, catching up on the scoreboard and really rallying for his team. Much needed rounds. And hey, I mean, at a time like this when it matters, Endless, it's really good to see Papa Cole showing up.
I think with that 1D he just did, you know, to secure that round before, it really just set him in that mood. Now he's confident again. He's like, you know what? You guys just got lucky. I won that 1v1 scenario. Even getting off the bomb, I was still able to 1D you. And I'm going to continue this trend. And, I mean, that's what he's shown in the last round. So let's see if he can keep that up here.
I have faith. I believe here. Wait, going to clean up or clear up the close area of Long B there and go away. Get a little bit of info. No hastiness whatsoever as Able Esports is slowing it down. Working as a gang, trying to work a pick here. And Eric has to put the camera down, but now he's going to get swung on, knowing Carno picking the right time to swing, knowing the cam is active and taking out Eric on top. And Bandito is awake. Alas, with the operator in hand. And numbers advantage for Illusion. Potential 10th round here, Endless.
They're being able to just kind of walk into that B site. And I like what they're doing. Wait, finally able to get Carno, but you know, Illusion is playing a little bit passive. Right now, they're just hanging out, not getting overly aggressive, and waiting for the right retake opportunity. And Bandito able to take out SML, which opens up that site again because that Viper ult is now gone. So all down to Fierce, getting pushed from all different angles, but here's the showstopper. Zeem Hail Marys it, connects, and now they're going to take it to a 10-8 lead.
A calculated Hail Mary by Zeem at that. 10-8 lead. Like you said, Endless, Illusion in a position to close out 3 more rounds, bring home the dub here in our matchup on Icebox, the much wanted Icebox. And Vulcan has kind of hit a little bit of a standstill. Here's the calculated Hail Mary one more time for you guys. Connecting on there to bring it home. Reading the book really well on yellow container to get that kill. And looking at here, Vulcan has kind of plateaued a little bit. I mean, he's been sitting on that 20-21 kills for the past 2-3 rounds. Really need him to show up, but the finances are not there to support. So let's see if he forces with a Bulldog at the very minimum to keep up with his team.
Get out of my way. Alarm
Doesn't
bot
seem
out.
like he went ahead and forced anything. It looks like, oh, actually he did end up getting a... Wait, did he? No, I don't think so. He has his knives out, so he's not worried about it. He's going to try to make a pick happen here, but they really need to start working something together, but a little bit faster, because it seems like they're waiting a little bit too long, and by the time Illusion rotates, that's just about the time Abel is finally able to get that bomb down, and it's just a little bit too late. So, I mean, they need to get back to what they were doing the first couple of rounds, getting that control fast, and not giving info and keeping the defense kind of honest here.
That's the key, is to keep defense honest and really make them think about their decisions and force them to second guess the choices they make. Is Papa Cole getting that info? Going to connect on stage as well and point out what's going on. Dart coming out here. Papa Cole not able to get rid of that recon dart as wait, connecting and Vulcan to answer as well with the ultimate, but trades coming out for Illusion, no fear whatsoever, bringing the advantage up in their favor yet again. And now Able Esports with 2 people alive here. Bandito, help your teammate. Doesn't matter though. Hyrule is going to connect a shot here and getting shot by SML in the back, and Carno to answer Endless. Round 11 goes to Illusion, and 2 rounds away from a potential closeout, but Able Esports, we've seen them pop off here. They can do it. I have faith.
And what Vulcan was doing there, saving for that operator once again. So now, I think this is going to be the first round that Vulcan has actually had this operator on the attacking side. So will that make the difference? Will it be able to open up the rounds as Bandito starting to climb on that defensive side, you know, getting those opening picks and helping his teammates get those trades? It really is a force to be reckoned with, especially if they're trying to take that A site.
I'm looking forward to seeing if Illusion can keep this momentum going. Everything aside, Endless, I mean, they've been doing such a good job as a team on defenders, and their rotates have been good. And this is what I talked about, is the plateau of taking a site, right? On the attacker side, it gets so frustrating when you get met with brick walls and instant rotates, especially with the power of the mid player being so close as Zim getting tagged up, going to satchel and get away. Semi-scave there. There's a repeat dart. Hyrule going to try and block off the entranceway into A as well, and maybe force a rotate out. With a minute left, it's highly plausible, but by the looks of it, it seems like Abel's going to hang on tight to A and maybe aggress. And just like that, a lockdown, and 1,000% not going to happen now.
Now it just forces the entire Able team to fall off, and look at the rotations on the side of Illusions. They're already close to that B site, so they're going to be ready. Bandito already set up there, holding that yellow peak with that operator, and Papa Cole on top of that, sitting in sight, ready for flashes essentially, and Carno on the top of it as well. And this is going to be a hard take for Able. Carno and Papa Cole able to open up those picks, and Bandito adding to that chaos, which now leaves it a 3v1 situation. Only man standing is Vulcan, and he has that operator, and he's being spotted. So will he be able to even save this gun here?
Yeah, he's got to hold a fat W key and get out of this ASAP. And he's going to hold for the flank. No one's really present there, and I'm okay with that. Vulcan playing smart, and he's going to keep that operator for the win, hopefully here.
Now their
Match point.
backs are up against the wall. I mean, it is match point in favor of Illusion, and I mean that's showing on that attacker side. It really made the difference. I mean, being up 7-5 and now 1 round away from match point, because they're just able to hold on to this defensive side. Able not looking too good right now. Eric and Wade along with Fierce both on light buys, and I mean all you really have to work off of is SML and his Vandal along with Vulcan and his operator.
I'm hoping he can make something happen here. There's no more real room to make a mistake, as Able is 1 round away from losing. Can he connect this operator shot? No, as the satchels are just too good for sneaking away here. The head is only visible. Vulcan dashes into a wall in an attempt to get away, but he's safe as Fierce 1. Bulldog triple tap, absolutely slapping Zim there. And Sky is in a position now where it looks like Papa Cole needs to get out of there ASAP if he wants to live, but he's going to swing and not get shot. Look at this guy.
So you can see the overall defensive side on Illusion. I mean, able to get that first opening pick, but look at where they are right now. They're just getting delayed. The amount of delay that they're able to cause here on the side of Illusion is just what is killing Able. I mean, Carno able to come in on that flank, get those 2 picks, and sure, Vulcan gets that res, but still, it's a 3v3 situation. 30 seconds on the clock, so they're gonna have to boogie. And SML already lurking up mid, able to cut off some rotates and just delay a little bit, and that's maybe everything that they needed in terms of this rotation. And now it's all down to getting the bomb down and playing that post plant.
I love what SML did there. I don't think that B rotate would have been very viable, like you said, Endless. Had SML not gotten that pick to block off some of the rotates, it left them kind of doubting. Are they still committing to A? What's their plan here, given that pick? But they're planting finally with 4 seconds left. If anything was to go wrong, now would not be the time. And they're in a position to hold this off and take us to a 12-9 half, as Bandito is going to come up here as well with knives in hand. Can he swing this wide and get a kill? Getting walled up, a smoke to support, and an operator to his name as well as Vulcan in a great position to work with him as well. He's going to aggress, pull the knives out potentially. I don't think he has any more. No, he does. He can get it. It's Vulcan reading him like a book and actually connecting on the other side of yellow. Great patience as a counter operator was unable to close that out. Looking good there for Carno and Vulcan. Alas, he's awake. 26 bomb to his name, Endless.
That was really well played. I mean, I'm not sure what was going on with the plant and why they switched up the positioning that much, but I mean, Bandito almost making things happen, and it was a very scary situation there for Able, but they were able to hold out and really take advantage of that. But what I want to point out is Able really needs to start aggressing at a faster pace, because they're getting that initial pick. That's fine. SML, again, opening up that round onto Zine, but they've slowed it down after those picks, and it allows Illusion to really start rotating. And by the time they try to take the site, the entire rotation is already there.
They're doing everything right, and I'm really hoping that Abel's wow, this is going to sound weird. Abel's able to hold on and give us a tie here. Eric is looking for a corpse. Really interested in looking for a corpse at that, and he's going to pick up a gun, slide back into tube as Carno spots the top of his head, unable to connect. Eric is just absolutely outplaying him with the shots there, taking him out, and now Hyrule underneath tube trying to connect it. And here's that Cypher ult we were hunting for before, and looking good so far. Able Esports, Endless, feeling good, pushing for the tie with numbers evening out, but Hyrule has something to say about it. And Viper SML, here comes the ult, I hope.
There's the ult. There is the ult. And Hyrule able to take advantage of that. A counter ult now in a 3v3 situation. This is not looking too great for Able, as Hyrune's going to continue to aggress and get more and more picks. And Bandito as well. Hyrule with the 4K to close out this match. And they send Able home and advance to the next round in the lower bracket.
That was tough. That was tough. I feel for Able, Endless. They rallied so hard. To me, they did everything right. They did everything that they could do that was in their power. They played as a team, and it just seems like Illusion was just one step ahead of them. And they were, to me, the rounds were tight. I don't know if you feel the same way, but this was a pleasure to watch. And on top of that, this was the cherry on top of the Sunday there for me, was seeing Viper and Viper. That's something really cool that I'm going to definitely take into a custom game and mess around with. It's kind of cool to have all those options, especially to hold so far from A. And Viper being very unique in terms of the actual ability to keep orbs open and orbs up for longer periods, put walls in up and down. So you can almost be like a baby Killjoy, but in a different manner.
Basically, that's exactly it. And I mean, they're able to advance up to the next round. And luckily, we got to see Icebox. That last round, it really could have gone either way, but unable to actually hold it together this time around. But hopefully, they'll be at our next qualifier as well. And it is also sponsored by them. So they have a next chance at redemption. But we'll be back with even more VAL-AM sponsored by Hyperspace Dark right after the break. And we are back with more VAL-AM, sponsored by Hyperspace Dark. And this is our third qualifier, and top 2 teams of this event will advance to our grand finale, which is a $2,000 event. And I mean, this being our third qualifier, competition is getting quite fierce. And now we have Split, another map that we don't often see. And we're gonna have Titan Esports up against Illusion. Thoughts, Strive? What are you expecting here on this matchup? Who's your favorite going into this one?
Wait for it. That's good. Favorite for me, I'm gonna have to say, given the way the things, you know what, for me, just because I've seen them, I love their gameplay and I love them as a team, and I like their diversity and the comps they've picked and seeing variety. I'm gonna go with Illusion. I like that they're starting on attack side. I am all about Split. I think it's a very unique map, and it's a map that's how can I say, it's not very noob friendly. You can't necessarily pug this map. And we know on Split, especially, mid control is king. If you can get your mid control together, things are mucho bueno. But if you don't have your mid control down, or you can't get a hold of mail on the B takes and even aggress onto ropes, or at least push ropes away, you're in a bit of a pinch. It's going to be difficult. There's only so much you can do from A ramp. And this is the map, finally, okay, now I get the chance to say, this is the map that had the rejig done on the B entrance. We had some small changes in ropes. A little bit of a minor change inside of A as well to kind of make a bit of a difference with how that right corner looks like as you come out of screen. So it's been tightened up, some minor tweaks here and there to make it a little bit more playable and a little bit more viable. And you brought this up in previous streams, Endless. Split has a great take potential through B main now, given the opening size. And walling across is, to me, a little bit more easier. There's a lot more real estate to get in.
That widening of that B main, it just allows the attackers to get a lot more control than they used to, right? And on top of that, I mean, all the projectiles coming in from whether it be Sova or grenades, I mean, there's just a wider area for them to hide and kind of dodge that. So there's a lot more angles to come to play now. And I mean, with it again being more of a team-oriented map, I'm curious to see. I mean, I'm gonna side with Illusion as well. Only reason I say that is because, for one, we saw Titan lose and kind of get into the lower bracket here, but they've had a game off, right? So either they've been warming up, staying warm, or whatever it may be. But we saw the lack of aggression on that last map on Ascent, and it really made them pay. It punished them drastically because they just weren't playing like themselves. And the way that Illusion has been playing, especially on that last map, they've been playing really well, right? And now you get, this time we see Zine on the Viper. So that's an interesting change of pace. And the comp overall still relatively the same. They have that Killjoy on Carno. Hyrule instead, though, finally switching it up, playing that Omen. Bandito is off of Jet finally and is on Raze, and Zim switches to Viper. So I'm curious to see. I mean, it's interesting to see people on the same team play a different character, and to see like if there's going to be a difference in skill, being in their ability to use all their skills from that agent itself. So
I'm looking forward to see, this is okay. All right, I'll take it. That's good. Seal the deal on that. I'm all about that life. I like the Jet. I like the picture on the Cypher. I do like the Killjoy as well. A super viable agent on this map. And I have one of my favorites back, which I will vouch for day in and day out, the lovely Breach. There is something incredible about rolling thunders through B main. There's great activities that can be done on A as well. And of course, for the holds as well, being the limited entry points, if you can hold off one spot and rolling thunder for the hold as the attacker side, it's great. So Breach for me, Capraj here is the agent for me that I'm going to keep my eyes on nice and closely. And I want my Papa changing it up. We've seen him play a bunch of Sova in the previous GLG events that we've watched, but it seems like Sky is his new vibe. So he's sporting that again in this game, and we see Bandito changing it up to a Raze instead of the Jet. Zim gonna go from Raze to Viper, it seems like, and Hyrule gonna stick on that Omen, and Carno as well on the Killjoy. So pretty kosher all across the board, and we see a similar setup again for Spencer as well on Reyna, and the Jet staying the same as well. So Gozo is going to be sporting Cypher, who I think he played Killjoy last game, if I remember correctly.
yep, he did. And this is an interesting change of pace. And right away. Illusion getting into that A site, but they don't get to clear back hall elbow yet, and Capraj able to make them pay, and Hyrule Papacol able to continue opening up that round, but now Capraj still in sight with that breach, and we talked about that earlier, Strive, the flashes that come in, and now the concussions that can come in as well. I mean, it really just delays a lot of time for that attacker side, and I mean, now Carno finally falls to Gozo, and I mean, Titan, maybe they had a nice break off. Maybe they had a time to really sit back and discuss as a team how they're going to improve from that point on, and I'm curious to see if they improve their aggression here.
I think Illusion is going to have to step it up against Titan. This is a team that knows their jazz, knows how to string rounds together, and I like Illusion. For me, has been a team that, given the number of games that I've seen them play, their chemistry as a group. Even there was one round there when Illusion was retaking B on Icebox, and they were getting into sight, and you could see Papa Cole was sending flashes in with his teammates running full blown into sight. And his first flash went out into pocket right across from Snowman. His second flash went around the corner into long. So you can tell that these guys are communicating and they have faith in each other and they know how to work together as a team. But Titan Esports is also nothing to shy away from here. These guys are strong. They too know how to trade, and it's critical in every map, guys. And particularly, I think I'll say on Split is to have fantastic and tight communication. You cannot give up control anywhere unnecessarily. And the amount of rotation time it takes to get from one side to the other is astronomical in reality. And so many things can happen in that time period. They can be going up A, you could call for the rotate, and they could already be deciding to go water to mid, and your mail is open. So there's just so many options here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Illusion can do. But it's Titan's also going to have their work cut out for them if they get exposed. That's going to be the key here, is exposing their weakness and exploiting it round after round.
That's where at this point, I mean, this far into the qualifier, it comes down to the teams with the best communication, right? And
Right.
everyone could have the exact same type of aim. You know, every one of these guys can shoot and definitely click heads, but it comes down to the communication and understanding when to fall off and when to aggress and how to retake things as a team. I mean, we're here on a tech pause right now, so I'm not sure what exactly has went wrong, but I mean, only being down 1-0, I mean, Titan starting off this, this game pretty strong. I mean, that was a good, what, I think they only lost 1 or 2 people on that
I
pistol
think
round.
so as
So
well, yes.
so that was huge for Titan. They're showing their dominance early on, and then on top of that, I mean, if they can maintain their aggression and rotations properly, I think they should be able to put up a really good defensive half.
See, this is where I'm torn, right? The biggest problem with this map is comfort, I find, right? Especially Split's a map that you need to be dynamic and adaptable. If Okay, so I touched on the point of being exploited and then losing a particular site or a part of the map, which is troubling. But the next thing that's critical is the adaptation aspect. For me, on this map, it's about being quick on your feet, and it's going to force you to be out of your comfort zone, because the moment you start getting exploited, certain parts of the map opening up that you're not comfortable holding, you're going to have to make adjustments on the fly. And I can say that in more lower level gameplay per se, that's a hard thing to do. Is, you're so used to, for example, playing male or B or mid a certain way, and you just get that one enemy who knows how to absolutely make you cry and fall to your knees, and that can be super frustrating. And that's going to be a deciding factor, I think, coupled with the teamwork, coupled with the holds and the exploiting, but being able to be adaptable. And I think in terms of adaptability, I've seen Titan and Illusion both show that in their gameplay in their matches here. And it's nice to follow these teams through. Don't you think, Endless, to see their evolution throughout this set of brackets here?
It is, and one of the things I think we also forget to kind of mention is understanding on that defensive side to kind of rotate that. Oh my goodness, Gozo getting 2 through that Cypher cage, but rotating that Sentinel around, right? And I mean, right now, Gozo has had his presence towards that A site, but when he starts shifting towards B, it's gonna catch Illusion off guard. Same thing vice versa when Illusion gets on that defensive side, just being able to rotate that Killjoy around and float him around to be able to set up the traps left, right, and centers. That way it kind of delays the take as well, because especially for Gozo right now, being on a Cypher, he's going to be able to set up tripwires everywhere, right? And when he does so, it does delay the take and it gets early information.
It worked out in their favor so well, and I love what Gozo did, just not caring whatsoever and absolutely stomping. And we see a very relaxed kind of setup here from Illusion. One person kind of sitting outside of A, waiting for any kind of funny activity and pushes, potentially go for water flanks. But at the same time, Spike is down towards mid in the depths of Ramen, and Papa Cole is spotting here. Gonna send a little flash out potentially, and maybe get some mail control, as they do hear Jet running away. And here is the male aggression. They have rope blocked out. If they're gonna go, now is the time, Endless.
And what are they going to walk into? They're going to walk into a judge here, and that instantly gets traded out by Zeem, which is not bad, especially because Zeem's able to get out Spencer as well. And now they're up the numbers game, up 4-3, and they're going to have that B site, but Shady still lurking around, finally able to get Zeem out. And here comes Gozo, expecting Carno there. And now, just like that, 3v2 in favor of Titan.
Illusion can easily fight back and take this, as the health says that is possible. Capraj here posted up as well, gonna swing. Bandito cannot see anything beyond his own forehead, gets absolutely clapped there by Capraj and the Bulldog. And just like that, that's 3 rounds for Titan Esports, ladies and gentlemen. A great lead, as Endless would say, a commanding lead. And now we have the good old operator in hand. If you guys have not gotten your Kool-Aid out, have been taking shots of Kool-Aid for every single time we say commanding or definitely, you're missing out, because at this point I'm on a sugar high that you can't even compare. So getting into round number 4 here for Titan, feeling good. They must be feeling happy they got these rounds, and it's unfortunate because Illusion is on Sheriff Town.
Most definitely, Stride. And just off the bat, Jet able to open up that round despite them being on Sheriffs. Opts them anyway, and now they're gonna try to get that mid control and lurk into the ropes. And Carno, I mean, we've seen him being on ropes and having a Sheriff in hand, and he does the exact same to Capraj. But do they know Spencer is still male? They're kind of stuck in ropes. They don't have anywhere to go, and Gozo being there gets the double and doesn't even miss the head.
Gozo doesn't know what the body is. He basically, when he sees an enemy, the body is just a big X sign, and all it is just a head glowing in bright yellow. And that's all this guy can click. So Gozo 8-0 for his team. Double the kills, as there are rounds in Titan's hands. And that must feel really nice as a Cypher to be fragging out like we see Gozo here. Look at this positioning here with the double as they come swinging out of ropes. And hey, you know what? Illusion, you got to pick it up here.
And that paranoia coming in right off the bat, but they aren't able to utilize that. So I'm not 100% sure what the purpose of that paranoia was, as they didn't utilize it and they fell off the site. And now they're forced to play this entire retake here. And Illusion, they're just going to be able to get in site control. And you see Gozo rotated towards that A heaven this round. So his tripwires were kind of non-existent towards that A site. So that's good to see that there's rotation, but unfortunately he gets punished for it. And Illusion's right off the bat in a commanding 5-3 possessions game right now.
Illusion needs this round. They can easily get this here, but the blind is out and about as well. They're pushing in with Breach. Jet is there to support, but they're swinging 3 people. You cannot do that, as Capraj and Jet get taken out by Carno, Hyrule, and Zeem. Fantastic teamwork, great swing, and great hold on to B, as Titan Esports just got met with a wall of enemies there on the retake.
And finally, Illusion is on the board, and it was a flawless round at that. So they're definitely starting to feel it. I mean, they all have guns. They're good enough for their economy. So right now is where they can start affecting the economy on the side of Titan, because they do have an operator in hand. So if they were to win this round, he's not going to be able to op up the next round. But the rest of the team should be able to buy, aside from the Jet. But they do have knives. But that is still something to worry about.
Watch your back when there's knives, that's for sure, because those things are 1 hit to the head kills. So don't mess with that stuff here. And Illusion now in a position to hopefully aggress, but with this Killjoy lockdown, or is this just one big fat bait? To me, it's looking like bait. With 2 seconds left, they should be making it. Nope, they're in. They're going for it. They're all over B here as Bandito. Satchel's in. Carno's there to support as Bandito cannot see a single thing. Taking male control as well. Papa Cole popping off for himself. They do not see the one more up in heaven, but that flash is there to absolutely blind them. And let's see if they get swung and dropped down here from heaven.
You got Zeem here still lurking male, but Spencer much more aware than they expected. Able to get 2, and now with the ult popped, he's at full health. He's got double the speed and bullets. Can he take advantage of that? Now they know Bandito and Hyrule stuck in sight, but there's Hyrule! Who cares how many are alive?
Hyrule just sees one enemy at all times. That's basically his entire screen. He doesn't know when there's 5, 4, or 3, 2, don't matter. The guy just absolutely fearless. We're getting a little bit of a replay there for your guys' viewing. And you can see there the aggression coming out, and they pushed on heavily on there, and you can see what goes on here as Spencer is there to support. But watch as Hyrule 1, 2, and 3 supported by Bandito from the back corner there. So fantastic job there for the attackers as Hyrule is whacking that fan around like it's nobody's business.
I mean, that reveal came in. They knew both of them were backside. Spencer opening up that round onto Bandito, starting it off strong. And like we mentioned, we have the Jet on a save here because he can't really afford, but I mean, able to buy a Sheriff and armor. Now also has knives out. So, I mean, that's always a possibility. Or actually, he lost in knives last round.
Was not able to connect too much with those knives as well. Pace is kind of slowed down here. Illusion coming off a win. They're taking out the strap book here mid-round, writing the second chapter to the latest novel. Capraj is posted up as well for the aggression. He does a little shoulder jiggle there. He sees there's enemies coming by the numbers, and Viper ult as well to lead them with a red carpet or a green blob, if you will, into sight, as Zeem is now sitting in a very slippery corner of that rejigged split map here. And it's going to be a little bit troubling to get into sight with that Viper ult present.
This is a very good positioning that Zeem has gotten, and I mean, being able to lurk out of that smoke and having a guy named Hyrule on the team, it doesn't matter if they try to push you. And now you got Zeem lurking out of his ult. And now, I mean, the decay coming into Spencer, it's going to be difficult for him, and Zeem able to clean that up. So Zeem and Hyrule, they switch spots in terms of the characters. I mean, the fragging ability is still there.
I'm loving the play by Illusion here. They're definitely rallying as a squad, and they're getting onto site as a team. And in that case, Zeem's ultimate is what really sealed the deal for them getting onto A. And the shoulder peek as well to make that call to rotate. As you can see, Hyrule with the Uno and the Dos there to clean up the 1-2. And Hyrule feeling great. They're 8-4, competing with the likes of Gozo on Titan Esports. And I think they're going to continue to press what's been working for them, which has been mid definitely here, Endless.
Getting that mid control is always something that the attackers ideally want right off the bat, and it's so crucial. I mean, this map being named Split, and Bandito finally coming in with his first kill of the game, able to secure that operator. And we've seen him with that operator. He's been able to do some serious damage, and once again, you have one of Illusion's members lurking in that mailroom. But will they have that mindset to check that this time? Gozo does check it, but Carno a little bit too much, but Shady finally able to trade that out. Brings it down to a 3v4 retake situation, but there's still a man named Bandito with that operator like we mentioned earlier, getting that pick onto Spencer, and now that nade coming in. Bandito switches the gun, and Capraj was definitely not expecting that, and now all down to one man named Shady, which finally gets flanked by Zeem.
Oh boy, Titan Esports is ever so gently and slowly falling apart here. It's a troubling situation for them. They're just, Illusion is doing all the right things, and this goes back to what I was saying about the adaptability. Wow. Blah, 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 blah. Hello, good morning. Adaptability here, ladies and gentlemen, in today's English vocabulary class. They're picking up on all the nuances, and they're exploiting them rightfully and working together as a team. And they're, at this point, to me, kind of going where their hearts desire.
And this is exactly what we saw in the previous game for Titan on Ascent. I mean, they started off strong, and then they slowly started to slip. And I mean, despite the first half of last game Titan was playing being 3-9, they're still tied. So there's still a chance. I mean, I don't count Titan out ever. They've shown us that they can definitely come to play, and I think it comes down to the communication, right? I feel like their economy is not good right now, so they really need to be better with that. We saw that on Ascent. They did lose a lot of economy in the sense of their purchases. I mean, people were light buying, one person bought an operator, things like that, and it did kind of mess it up in the long run. So right now, I mean, they all have a bunch of Buckies, and Spencer able to lurk out mid, but will he check that right corner? He does not. Bendito makes him pay for that, but Capraj once again with the Bucky. I mean, he's been doing some serious damage with this Bucky. We've seen it over and over, and I mean, getting to open up that kill there, I think it's huge. I mean, 4-4, it's still an even numbers game.
30 seconds left.
And now Shady, oh my goodness, both people walking out with knives. Shady taking out Papa Cole now has a Vandal in play, so this is definitely in the favor of Titan as Gozo. What is going on with that Sheriff?
Jeez, the Sheriff is huge. Spike going down with 10 seconds left on this clock. Here is the Rolling Thunder, what we talked about for the retake. Hyrule is going to teleport away into the corner. Great decision as they clear out to get sight away. Jet answering and reading the book there, and just like that, round is turned in favor with the burst classic from Capraj on Carno. Titan Esports bouncing back after a troubling situation.
Strive, did you just see what happened? That Rolling Thunder came in right when the bomb was about to drop, so he didn't actually plant it, but he thought he did, so he TP'd out of sight,
Mamma mia.
which left him with no time.
That's a tough one. You know, super unfortunate. I think he just decided that, you know what, I got to get out of here. I got to ejectocito, cuz, and wasn't the right time indeed. But it's okay. I mean, this is what gives us these good tight matches to cast and keeps things interesting all around the board.
I mean, the animation did show the bomb was planted, but it didn't actually plant. It was a split second just before, and it's kind of unfortunate. You see the Killjoy lockdown coming into that B site, and it's going to be all but a fake as the entire Illusion squad is going towards that A site, and they're going to be able to take this site without any contest.
It is all but a dream, Endless, with 4 people alive on Titan Esports. As Spencer to answer back and even up the numbers here. Spike is being planted, and great positioning from Papa Cole. Posted up deep here on ramp as well. Going to clear out Heaven, and no one's really there. So all good in the hood as Hyrule sitting pretty on elbow. Bandito to bring the numbers up and leave only 3 members up for Titan here on the retake. And here is the swing and the flash. Now they're pushing out heavy on elbow. Hyrule to contest and tell Shady to stay home as Gozo to wake up and smell the roses as well with another one in the books. Unable to connect the headshot that time, but getting a 2K to his name. And the Viper bubble of doom is no match for the likes of Gozo and Bandito with the clutch paint can from downtown.
Oh,
Connects the 3-pointer.
just in time.
I love it.
That was well played. I mean, having the Viper Molly there, and then on top of that, Bandito with the nades, it came into play, and they're able to even that up 5-5 on the attacker side. Which, I mean, this map time and time again has starting to get a lot more even. So I'm happy to see that it is a close game thus far, and I hope it continues.
I hope so too. And looking here, we're seeing a tight game, but not only that, we're seeing some really nutty trades back and forth and some really, really, really good kills too. So let's see if they can make B their new home as they're pushing on. Ultimates are out. Util is out. Blinds are inside, and they're giving up completely, calling for the rotates Endless, and they're going to get onto site pretty cleanly, and it's all up to Titan to retake this as a squad.
We can start seeing, I mean, it looks as if Titan is one of those teams that likes to play that retake. We've seen it on Ascent, and now we've seen it on Split. And just like that, Bandito able to get Gozo, which has been a key player for Titan, being able to open up a lot of rounds for them. And mean, Bandito continues his barrage, able to get Jet as well. And here comes the retake. Paranoia coming in. Bandito getting the third with that nade. And oh my goodness, 4 kills from Bandito. Is there anything else this guy can't do?
No, Bandito is the one-man hero, going in big as well. 5, 6. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Bandito, and this is what you need out of a Raze on this. You need a Raze that is fearless, can get into sight, and can get the job done. That's critical as a duelist such as Raze. You can't be sitting back playing passive angles. You got to be in the heat of it and bank on your team to support you. As we get a little whiff of that replay here, sit up in hell with that nice clean phantom shot there onto Jet as well. And I mean, that was just, it's good positioning on his behalf to make the best of the situation given his HP. And Spencer is aggressing, trying to get an early pick. Hopefully he doesn't get one clapped here. And mamma mia, I smelt that one coming. I mean, Pigeon Mail told me he's about to get one clapped, and unfortunately it happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bandito is feeling it, and that shot alone showed that he is. And right now, he's the only guy towards this B site, which it seems he's going to come in with this showstopper, try to make a play happen. He does connect to Shady, and he continues. Almost gets Jet, but unfortunately knives are out, and they know it was a huge fake, but he did his job. He faked that entire B site, kept the defense honest, and just like that, they're going to be able to run into that A site. And Gozo here with that Bucky, able to make some damage happen, gets one down, and now has to play the retake, left in a 2v3 situation.
Carno, full Ray Charles, getting taken out by Caprage, making use of that util on the flash here, and Gozo probably going to walk through. Oh boy, this is not going to be too good here. He's going to see his gun first and absolutely clap him, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I thought he had it for a second there. Hyrule going to get away from the mess as best as he can as Caprage is aggressing, fearlessly getting onto site here, going to tap it, making quick work of this retake. He knows there's one heaven. He can sense it, but it don't matter because Hyrule just peeking the top of the head there and going to take out Caprage for the dub. Endless.
Switching sides.
This is exactly what happened in the last game from Illusion, right? I mean, they started off a little bit slow, and then they came back to rally and build that momentum and head into the second half leading 7-5. And it looks like a different recipe. I mean, same thing. Papa Cole, 3-7 right now, but he is expected to wake up on the second half, just like he did on Icebox. And I mean, right now, 7-5 lead. What are your thoughts going into the second half?
I'm foreseeing the Illusion train of thunder. The Illusion squad has been popping off so far this half, and I foresee them keeping the momentum going nice and strong. 3 rounds. I mean, they only give up 1 in between their rally that they had, but, you know, everything considered, I think they can keep the momentum going. And looking at it now, Titan is going to be exploiting the A take, and rotates need to be coming out, or else they're going to get slapped here on the A take.
And this is where the Killjoy comes into play. Having the turret set up, the nades, and the alarm bot, it really allows them to delay this A take. And right now they're hesitating. They're not getting into the site right away. And here comes the nades, and they have full back haul, but Cardinal able to delay it long enough for the rotates, and they're able to get 3 opening picks on their entry. And Papa Cole trying to jump around, bait out some shots onto Spencer, but finally gets him, which leads it to a 1v2 situation. Gozo able to do a lot of damage there, and both teammates are extremely hurt. Now it's left to a 1v1 situation. Gozo versus their Sky, which doesn't have any health.
30 seconds left.
Papa Cole, more like Papa Fearless. That's what I'm going to call him from now on, as he's got nothing but a tick to his name on his health bar there. 10 HP, and a dream, and a Twix bar, maybe at best. But he's going up against a Gozo who didn't have too much of his name in Gozo. With 22 as well, unable to, or rather, able to take out Papa Cole and bring that up. And geez, that's a tough one, a tough clutch given the HP situation across the board. And I'm sure they really wanted that one, but that is okay. It gives us more rounds to bring to you guys in this awesome matchup. And we had some good games so far, Endless, and I'm really happy we got to see some split in this rotation as well.
Split, Icebox. I mean, any map that we aren't usually casting, I'm always excited to see. That doesn't mean I don't miss Bind, Ascent, or even Haven. I mean, those maps are all great maps, but a little bit of change of scenery is always good. And Capraj starting off that round with that pick onto Papa Cole, but do they check the corner? They finally do. Carno taken out as well, and they're going to be able to take this site with 5 people still standing on the side of Titan, and they're going to be holding this post plant.
They're storming onto side here. Shady. Hello. Yes, you just had a Viper walk right by you down the pathway. Oh, Gozo. Okay, you too. All right. This is great. Viper is just, shopping bag in hand, is just going to walk right down ramp. This is going to be a surprise to them as trades coming across the board. And, oh, man, I really thought Zim, who was just kind of cruising his way down, was going to do more damage. But that's okay. Titan Esports finishing it off with 4 people to their name, a near flawless victory, and a 7-7 tie.
This is what Illusion needed last game as well, right? They were up 7-5, and now the team has kind of caught up a little bit, and this is where we saw them strive last game. I wonder if it's going to happen here, but there's a man on Titan by the name of Gozo that has just been playing out of his mind, being at 19-8 right now, and he's just taking control of this map right now.
He's taking control of everything really well, and you know what? In a tight matchup like this, I reiterate some of it. You need someone to take control, and you need someone to step up and lead the charge, and that's what we're seeing here. Otherwise, you're gonna be getting such a tight game like this. And looking at the current situation, Reyna's in vents, and that's an interesting predicament to find yourself in. But Jet's about to get swung 28 ways sideways, but it don't matter when you got a Bulldog and a headshot onto Zim as well, and he's going to keep pressing. Will he pick up the Phantom? Yes, he does.
And that's a smart choice by dropping the Phantom as far away as possible. I mean, they know Illusion is hurting on the economy, so any type of gun that they can get, that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to throw it as far away as possible or bring it as far away as possible. And just like that, up 4-1, all down to Carno, who finally gets Gozo, who has been the top fragger for Titan, but is he going to expect 1 steps? Spencer, even though Carno was expecting it, has twice the bullet speed, so he's able to take him out.
This is turning out to be a bit of a pickle here for Illusion. Yeah, I'm feeling for them, especially given the current gun situation they're on, but it's nowhere near done. So let's just, keep the slate as clean as possible. Hope they can connect some Bucky shots and bring it home. And, like you said, Kevin will tell you, Coach Endless will tell you, always get good value. And if they can get some kills with these Buckies and clean up some kills, it's going to be really good for them.
And because they're on that defensive side, they're able to play up close angles like we just saw in Bandito. And Hyrule starting off with that opening pick to Capraj. And here we go. Bandito unfortunately gets taken out along with Zim. It's all left to Hyrule at this B site, which unfortunately not able to take it out. And they're going to take control of this B site quick. However, the bomb is going to be a little bit delayed. And Papa Cole, along with Carno, able to start re-aggressing and even it down to a 2v2. But the health is not on his side.
He's going to be in a bit of a pickle here, trying to retake his Papa Cole. Has a flash out, but he's about to get swung. Oh, no, sorry. I lied. That's a heal. Hello. Wake up. Carno is now back in the game. So all's good when you got a Papa Cole on your side. Big Papa Cole to heal. Lockdown from the defender team is available for Illusion, actually. And they're going to hold this off and see if they can push out the Titan squad, or rather Titan can push them out. And no, Shady with the 1 and 2 to connect onto Carno and Papa Cole. Great round by Shady and good positioning.
Man, Shady held that together there. And man, Carno and Papa Cole, they definitely could have gotten those 2 picks, especially because they started peeking a little bit too early. But I mean, at one point, one had their entire backs turned towards them, and unfortunately, they weren't able to connect their shots. Shady able to clean up that round and bring their lead to a 9-7.
Illusion has to really wake up and smell the roses here. On the defender side, they're not adapting, right? We talked about adaptability. They're just getting outplayed and outtaken here, left, right, and center. And Titan is working fast, which I really like. You can see here, they're absolutely fearless. They're not even just, blocking off screens. They're just getting the pick and getting in sight, bringing the numbers down. And, Papa Cole's here to respond, but it might be too little too late. They're going to have a bit of a trouble on their hands retaking. And as now everything is smoked off nicely and the spike is down as well.
And that's what we were waiting to see from Titan. And that's what they were lacking as well on that Ascent match. And that aggression, so much needed. And Titan is a way better team when they're that aggressive. They're able to get a lot of info. They're able to get a lot of map control. And on top of that, it works better as their team's chemistry. As you can see, they're able to get these sites up 4-1, and they're cleaning it up. I mean, it was near flawless. So now 10-7 lead in favor of Titan. It's looking a little bit scary as the momentum has completely shifted in their favor.
There was a lot of one-on-one picks. Bandito made a decision and a half to satchel right deep into sight there through the air into an open spot, considering there's 2 enemies posted up on either side of A as well. And Elbow was just absolutely locked down for service. Nobody was going to stop anyone from getting in there. So looking at the current situation, I just think Illusion is kind of falling apart. They're retaking, they're attempting to, but they're doing it in a mono fashion.
You're right, and as you can see, Hyrule and Bandito close up, and they're able to make them pay once again. Bandito with that Bucky, I mean, it just does so much damage up close. It's a one hit, and right off the bat, they're able to turn this into a 5v4 situation, and despite their Omen getting completely destroyed, the heal comes in, and Showstopper misses, but Hyrune's there to get that trade. And now the teleport, and they have a crossfire going.
They have a great crossfire. Capraj is going to be in a bit of a tight spot here to try and figure out. He's going to clear it out. Omen's got to get out of there right away. He's forced to swing wide, and Capraj capitalizes as Bandito. Good decision and great teamwork to, at the very minimum, trade out Capraj and bring the numbers finally in the favor of Illusion after a very tight rally. And Gozo is met with a green blob of doom at mid.
This is the type of aggression that Illusion needed to kind of get it going, and like you said, this Viper ult at mid really makes Titan hesitate. I'm not sure why it was fully activated. I mean, I know they are somewhat on an eco, so I guess their whole point was to not lose any more numbers. And as you can see, Carno playing up close here towards that A, but calls that information that they are going to be aggressing that A site and taking control of it, and he's waiting for this tripwire to fall off, and he's unable to connect to both, but Shady does finally get him. And now, 1v3 situation, no time left on the clock. He's going to have to die, and Zeem does take care of that.
Illusion finally has awoken at last, getting their 8th round as well. And you can see Gozo there, 20-10. Their finance looking fantastic. Both teams in a relatively decent spot all across the board. We're going to see continuing good buys as we see the Viper walls are, really panning out. I'm liking the difference that it's bringing. Zeem has been showing the dynamic skills and flexibility required to play a good Viper, and showing that Viper is more than just, an agent or, a B tier, C tier agent that people hardly want to touch these days. There's potential, and I'm looking forward to seeing more Viper play in the future too.
Yeah, Viper has really been a factor tonight. I mean, seeing the change of pace with the newly chosen agent instead of that Reyna that we're typically used to seeing, a lot of people are opting to go with that Viper, and it does make a huge difference, especially with how strong she could be if used correctly. But Illusion finally able to get their first round of the half in the last round. Let's see if they can keep this momentum up. I mean, Shady already lurked into that B site, so he's ready for this retake or post plant for that matter. He's just waiting for his teammates to rotate at this point.
Patience, patience, patience. There is no reason to get hasty here as they're regrouping for the B take. Like you said, we see a little bit of a Reyna lurk who's really got to lace the Jordans up and get on the flank ASAP, as there's only 4 people aggressing onto B, and they're going to be with 5 people resistance as answers coming out from Titan with the 1, 2, and the 3 as well, leaving only 2 individuals up for Illusion. It is up to Raze and Viper to make some magic happen here as Spencer finally is appearing from the abyss on that big flank. It's going to be huge for him to make a
One
play
enemy
here,
remaining.
but it doesn't really matter. I mean, at this point, not much else Zeem can do. And yeah, I like the flank, but it looks like Titan's got it under the lock and key.
Yeah, with Zeem having to save here, there's not much left. I mean, Titan has just, again, asserted dominance, attacking that site and not really stopping. And that lurk has been very, very crucial there. Having the entire team make noise towards that mid site, and Zeem able to continue on, getting some kills, and now he knows he's getting pushed. He's not able to save his gun, and one round away from that match point in favor of Titan.
Ah, man, I mean, Illusion is picking up on all the right things, the small things that are making them get these 1 rounds here and there. I mean, they had a really good rally before, and it's just been tough at this point for them to bounce back. And looking at the half here, you can see it's just been an absolute barrage of Titan rounds, one after another, and they're just having a hard time stringing it together after they switch. But to bring it home, they just got to stick to their guns and I think go with what they know. And I just think that they need to get more mid control. That's my fair interpretation of it. Spencer does not whatsoever. Bandito gets absolutely devoured by Spencer, who dismisses and gets away. And now the Rolling Thunder able to connect as well onto A, but there's no one there to receive that slapping. Is Carno in a position to meet some resistance as well? Shot not connecting, and the spike is going down onto site now.
Just like that. Again, 5v3 left in this situation. Illusion not looking good. Gozo, they know he's still there. Unable to get Zeem, and I mean, it evens it out a little bit. But the health situation isn't looking too good. Spencer, being at extremely low health, finally kills, but is able to heal. And now, all of a sudden, they turn it around to a 2v1 situation. And Papa Cole, ladies and gentlemen, is awake.
Papa Cole is awake, alive. Is he going to finish it off? Okay, he is. His Zeem has got his Jordans on, running the heck away from sight. So this is good. Oh, that little pep talk there from Papa Cole. Bring another round in their favor. And this is Titan. I mean, Titan's going to have to wake up here and smell the roses, or else this is going to get really ugly really fast. Bandito has another operator in hand, and Endless, I don't know how you feel about this, but a raise with an operator, is that the right thing to do?
I think Bandito definitely should have stuck with the Jet on this map. I mean, we've seen him be able to really dominate with the operator, and the Jet with that dash ability is just huge. But right off that bat, Bandito unable to connect, but now Zeem getting instantly dinked through that orb, and they're going to be aggressing this male and heaven split, and it seems to be a very difficult situation to come back from. I think they're going to have to give it up.
There.
I'm hoping to see if Illusion can continue pressing and sticking on. I think A for them has been their weak point, and they're really stepping it up in terms of the hold. Titan's exploiting it, but Illusion is wide awake and hearing it loud and clear. But I think the tides have changed. They're going to group up for a pinch as Bandito answering. I don't know. I'm not a fan of this raise on the operator. I would much rather see a rifle and the aggression with the satchels, but it's tough. Look at it now. Illusion with only 3 people alive. They're going to have a really difficult time closing this out, Endless.
Spencer has been a very big factor to Titan's attacking side, getting a lot of opening picks, and Papa Cole unable to connect to both with that spray control, but does take Shady down to 11 health,
Enemy remaining.
which now all down to Bandito. No one getting detained. He's able to get that initial pick. He knows one is heaven and one is still B main. Oh, what a shot by Bandito. Is he going to be able to clutch this out? Now down to 1v1. He does get peeked, and Spencer able to deny that and bring them to match point. But what an attempt by Bandito.
We get a nice little replay situation. If that was me in that clutch situation, Endless would have drove to my house and smashed my microphone and keyboard on my head because I had util out on a clutch situation. That's no joke. If I had $1 for every single time I got yelled at for doing that, I'd be a rich man. As Bandito replays a textbook strive play there, but that's okay. 3-round deficit. I still have faith in Illusion to not make the mistakes that Strive makes and hopefully get rounds like that in the next time, as Sky sending out the what I like to call the Ray Charles special there onto A. And the Empress is active now as Spencer can easily make some moves happen here with that. And we understand this despite the rain and nerfs that came in, Empress is still so strong as Jet is dashing in, gets met with Carno, but he flicks to his forehead and absolutely devours him, pushing onto site. Showstopper to tail along with that as they're getting onto it. Are they going to aggress as a team here? Bandito up in heaven, connecting, taking out the Empress, active Spencer, and one more in his name. He's alive. He wants redemption after that clutch. And Capraj sitting in a decay, getting away, and now they're going to fall back and listen. Looks like they're going to maybe change their mind and go back towards B. A Shady doesn't see a wall. Hello? Question marks?
I mean, Bandito trying to just do everything he can to hold his team together and bring it at least one more round. Already in heaven, gonna be holding this mailroom, but the entirety of the team is going towards B main. So, I mean, they know the teleport happened, but they do not know where he
30
teleported to.
seconds left.
Trying to enter into the B main. Here comes the concuss. Forces Bandito to kind of fall off, but keep in mind, Hyrule is still here as well. And these are two players that have definitely held it together
Last player.
for them. But Shady able to get Hyrule through the smoke. And now it's all down to Bandito in a 1v3 situation to extend their run in this VAL-AM qualifier. Able to get that starting pick off. Will he get a second? No. Gozo is going to end their streak here and send them home. Titan will advance to the next round of our lower bracket.
Oh, right through my heart, Bandito. Oh, that was tough. That was brutal. I had
Close.
faith. That was really close. Yeah, and Bandito had some questionable clutches, but he definitely showed up for his team. A shining star among a group of stars as well. Let's not dismiss it here. He's surrounded by fantastic teammates. They should be really proud of themselves considering how difficult of an uphill battle that was. The back and forth rounds to finish off on a 13-9. It's all good in the hood here on GLG, guys. And yeah, I'm kind of heartbroken. I really had it for Illusion, but I think you were on my side too pregame, right, Endless?
I was, and that was just solely based off of, you know, the aggression that Titan kind of fell apart on that Ascent match. But hey, they came back, they asserted dominance, and they took each site with you know, authority essentially. And they never stopped, and that's the biggest thing that we've noticed that Illusion was doing is they started delaying, but the rotations were still extremely delayed. And even then, I think that was because Titan was able to keep the defense honest, right? They were able to, you know, make noise in other areas of the map, which kind of delayed the rotations and kept them a little bit kept a little bit of doubt in their minds. But nonetheless, this is the type of matchups we are, I mean, expecting to see at this point in this tournament. But I mean, that is it for tonight from all I know. I mean, thanks again to Hyperspace Dark for sponsoring the third qualifier. Thanks again to Drink Control for always supporting us. I mean, use code GLG10. They give us 10% off of your purchase. And on top of that, the more people that use the code, the more things they give us to give away to you guys. And on top of that, we generally do giveaways. Join our Discord for more information. And what else? What else am I missing, Strive?
That's it, guys. Stay tuned for all the goodness. Keep in touch on all the socials. Don't forget, we have one more set of qualifiers coming up next week as well. Going to be your same usual Monday, Tuesday Fandango, followed by the VAL-AM Invitational itself from all these beautiful teams that have now qualified. Big prize pot, $2,000 on the line. That's no joke, by the way. That's good moolah for you and your team, which is always a good thing to watch. What else? GLG10, use that code. Lots of love. Thank you for tuning in and supporting us. And most importantly, please check in with us next week. Repeat visitors are appreciated. Endless and I, we're a family here at GLG, and we just want to thank you guys for tuning in. We love casting for you, but more than anything, we love having you as part of the family. And speaking of family, send the stream out to your mother, brother, sister, aunt, uncles, everyone. The more you can bring on here, we appreciate it. Lots of love. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up, guys. Endless, I think on behalf of both of us, production, everyone here, love you lots, guys. Have a fantastic evening. Stay safe and healthy, and we will talk to you on the next one.